guys, welcome in, welcome to the stream, welcome to the VOD. We just concluded our little 48-hour December 2025 playtest today, and I just wanted to get everyone's kind of takes, feedback, you know, how things are feeling with the game, any bad bugs that you experienced, kind of what do you feel about the current state of balance, and thanks to kind of that degree, and I also share some playtest numbers as well, and yeah, so welcome in everybody. Hey, what's up? Archon Warlock, Nightburn, Philip Joker, Goonie69, Zach Dorden 2, Gunner Wolf. What's up, everybody? Hope everyone had a good playtest. Hope everyone is having a good start to your week. Hopefully, if you're off work, you're having a good time with friends and family. Had a lot of fun on the playtest. Nice, Craft. Good to hear. What's up, Tank Tops are nasty. GRS 102581. MG Streams 22. Almost finished your Wormsbane set. Very nice. Very, very cool. What, which set was it? What's up, Puddlefoot 21? How's it going? Nate's Kojo. What's up? You're very welcome. Made a Monk got to level 10. Unfortunately, post-Christmas is busy at work for me, so I didn't get to play as much as I wanted to. That's all good, Archon Warlock. It's a kind of a short test. Playtest was great. Got my new Inquisitor to 15. Very nice. Nightburn. Group-wide buffs and safe spell loadouts win. Two things holding me back from wanting to play healer type. So the group-wide buffs are, some of them are in through research. So you'll have to research those abilities or purchase them from somebody who does research them. But some of those are already in, more are going in. Had to play Commerce Simulator to get chipped fire opals, yeah. What's up, Father Lord? Me and my brother had a lot of fun playing this playtest. Very, very cool. Glad to hear that the game is bringing families and siblings together. It's always nice to see. Ah, plate. Very nice, MG Streams. So I bet you look pretty cool then. I was sporting on my totally legit cleric. I was sporting the what's it called? Wormsbane plate set as well. Playtest was way too short to make it a week at least. Well, yeah, usually our playtests run a bit longer, but since I mean it's so close to the holidays and New Year's, we didn't want to stress everybody out. Both us and you guys as well. Hey, it's DC. Thank you for the 10-day streak. Glad you like the playtest. But yeah, you know, like, we didn't want to overdo it, and you know, if I'm being honest, there's like a lot of balance-related stuff that I really want to, and bug-related, of course, bug, performance, you name it, right? There's a lot of things that I want to get fixed up. Launcher too, launcher crashes, just various issues, right? Speaking of which, I might have to write one down. I was just thinking about. But yeah, we just want to polish things up and then get you in for a little bit of a longer playtest. But we also didn't want to go all of December without having one, and we wanted to get you guys in and around the holidays, you know, just for a little taste, you know what I mean? I think that it always feels good to get in and play a little bit, so that was fun. Let's see. the gnomes were falling through the world and hitting various zone lines. So I got that marked down. Heartstock, 15 consecutive streams. Holy. Thank you, thank you. Glad you are enjoying all the streams. And Sarahwin, thank you for the 3 consecutive streams. Appreciate that as well. Got a SK and Pally to 6. Enjoyed both. Very nice. Surprised you ran it at all, really? Yeah, I really wanted to push for it. Just because, yeah, we just wanted to get you guys in and, you know, have a nice little end of year fun for everybody, you know what I mean? Nice, Owen, sir. Hey, what's up, Asturanian? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Very true, comma. Very true. Really enjoyed trying out Bard this test. Twisting songs felt nice, and being able to hold instruments in the offhand was really nice. Cool. Glad you are liking Bard. Keep testing. Been mainly trying out new classes every playtest to see what I want to play at launch. Did Spellblade this time around, and it was alright, but felt like it was missing something. Feeling like a Ranger main so far. Fair, fair. Yeah, so I did mess with the Spellblade a bit and parse it, and I know people were complaining about like Spellblade nerfs, but after a small amount of testing, it was very clear that they are quite on par, maybe even above what they should be. But they are much more in line with what they're meant to be. And it's quite competitive with some classes that you would think would be higher than them, but they're right there in the runnings. So I feel like Spellblade is at least a level... Excuse me. Trying to fight off a little bit of sickness still. I believe a Spellblade that I played at level 45, and now I was pretty decently geared. I had enchants and everything. So I definitely did my due diligence in making sure that I summoned all my... gave myself enchanting and summoned myself pretty decent items. Well, I think I was using like Wormsbane armor, and then I had some decent dropped weapons, and it's on par with the weapons that were being used by like other classes in my group. But then I enchanted all my gear with the various stuff, and level appropriate, of course, and then... yeah, it felt like the damage was pretty good, but this is like level 45-ish, right? So I'll have to see about earlier levels, how they're performing, if they're overperforming, underperforming. But yeah, it felt nice. It felt good. But yeah, they could use more utility, more decision making in their ability usage and stuff. But one thing that I really did, I mean, it was pretty much just put up my proc infusion, auto attack, hit strike on cooldown, and then make sure when I got 5 stacks of infusion conduit to just use the highest nuke I had. And yeah, it was good damage. Honestly, I think if I had focused, because I was boxing a cleric as well, I think if I had focused on damage for a longer period of time, I think I could have been maybe top damage in the group that I was rolling with, but pretty consistently. But yeah, I don't know. And I'm sure some of those other classes will scale better, right? But yeah, who knows? Only time will tell with some of the balance stuff. What's up, Sukin? Thanks for the test team. It was nice to get in and see the changes to trait skill balancing. Looking forward to beta to start fresh and make a clean run through the new changes and give my feedback. Yeah, that'll be good. It'll be nice when we get a fresh start going so that we can get really good feedback on trade skills, economy, progression, leveling speed, difficulty of content when you're like don't have twink gear, stuff like that. Cleric supplication, too low buff timer, 1 minute is short. Yeah, it is kind of short. I was thinking about it when I was playing. I was thinking maybe 2 minutes. But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's longer than Yelp, but it is kind of short. Kind of just an annoying button to have to press, I guess. But I mean, it's a lot less active than Consume on Shaman. So I don't know. I definitely feel what you're saying, though. Because I was playing Cleric. Any chance you can run a key giveaway before I go to work? I would say, here, let's just open the giveaway. We'll open the giveaway now. Everyone can enter now, and then if you win, you win. If you don't, you don't. Hey, Elite BWR, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very nice of you. Let me turn down my game a bit. Well, I guess technically the music, my browser, but all right, that should be good. Hey, 51. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gift subs, man. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying all the things enough to be such a generous subbing. Gift subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, there's a giveaway active. Just do exclamation point giveaway, and then I'll pick people periodically throughout the stream. So, you have 14K channel points to spend. Yeah, I really should add some redeems for the channel, shouldn't I? But hey, you guys want to look at some numbers real quick? Little content segue. How many subs for an alpha key? Hey, what's up, Sean Heidi? Hope you're having a good one, man. Welcome in. How many subs for an alpha key? So that it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Unfortunately for me and you. But no, we don't take any money for any like alpha keys, beta keys, anything like that. In fact, we're not taking any of your money until the game comes out. That's just been our philosophy pretty much since day one. Once the game is launched, you'll be able to sub to the game. We'll open up a merch store. You'll be able to buy some physical goods like a shirt and a hat, some poop socks, some gnomish body pillows, stuff to this degree, you know, like pretty much anything you can imagine, right? But yeah, no bribes, guys. The money he will take is donations through this Twitch channel. Hint, hint. Thank you, Sean Heidi. You're a top tier hype man, and I appreciate that. Guys, this guy's like my McConnell. He's all right, so let's take a look at some of those numbers. Take a look at some of those numbers. Nidus TV, thank you for the Prime. We need a New Year's weekend testing. Yeah, I mean, but wouldn't you rather wait for us to like polish the game up a little bit more, have some more stuff to test, and everything just be smoother and better? No? Oh, okay. We'll just, all right, that's it. I guess we'll just launch the servers right now then. Hold on. Let me, launching servers, guys. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. Sorry if that was too loud. Guys, the servers are up. I mean, look at, I'm running around right here, so clearly they're up in some form, right? Like, hold on, let's see, what else do I have access to in here? Rel. Oh, I can't do it on this client anyways, but hey, the test server is up. You know, maybe some lucky people get in. One of you, like at least one of you, probably several of you, will be lucky enough to get in through the alpha key giveaways. You know what? Before we show those numbers, let's turn one of you into a lucky person. Let's do that. Let's do that real quick. So then you could just be playing the game right now. And that lucky person is a follower of 6 minutes ago. SLLIK_. Congratulations. You did it. Let's see. Account created 2010. Certified, not a bot. You've got my stamp of approval. Whisper me your M&M account, email, and Discord. Yeah, if you can on Twitch, that'd be preferable. I'm sure if you have an account since 2010, you gotta be able to send a whisper on Twitch. You probably verified your account, like... long time ago. Hey, what's up, Mythos? Good to see you. I think I had a DM from you I might have to respond to still. I did see something from you on there. I'll have to check that. I have a lot of DMs I need to respond to, in fact. I try to just start responding to some, but... Hey, what's up, Jabba? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Saw you on the playtest. Hope you're having fun with that. You got to level 16 on your druid, Sean. Very nice. We're gonna just pretend you're talking about monsters and memories, and we both know that you're not, but that's cool too. Hey, Storm7, thank you for the tier 1. All right, guys, what do you think? Should we get into some playtest metrics? Let's pull them up. So keep in mind, everybody, this is over a 2-day playtest. We started the 27th, 1 p.m. Eastern. We ended 29th, 1 p.m. Eastern. I was pretty impressed with the numbers for a 2-dayer, but especially during this time of year. So let us do this. So it appears that 6.3K, almost 6.4K accounts have, unique accounts have logged in during this playtest period. So that's pretty cool. Got those Kungin numbers, that's right. I had a lot of fun watching Kungin stream the game, and his passion is overwhelming. And just, yeah, he gets it. Like, he absolutely gets it. So it's really cool to see. I'm sorry we couldn't get that playtest extension. I really wanted to do it. But, you know, you gotta have a little bit of balance, especially at this time of year. So, next one will be better, I promise. Will be longer as well, and more polished and more fun. And, yeah. But yeah, it was cool watching him stream, man. Like, a lot of fun. It's always cool to see new people getting involved in the community and bringing new people as well, of course. And yeah. Great ambassador for MMOs, I would definitely say. Alpha Key people are glad it wasn't extended. Yeah. We gotta get you Alpha Key people in the public playtest, you know. Just log in so we can bump this number up just a little bit more, you know what I mean? Just a quick little login. You got into the game through Kungin. Very cool. Welcome to, glad to have you, Evil Penguin Lord. I would say the sandstorms kind of sucks, lasted too long. Yeah. So there's a couple issues with sandstorms that we're still gonna address, like the visuals, duration, like kind of intensity. Like some of the lower intensity sandstorms are kind of like meh too, like kind of have no effect. We're also fixing something with the sound balance on sandstorms. It was actually been fixed today on the development server. Is if you have your ambient sound really jacked up very loud, you can, like this, the rain is like at a pretty good volume, but the sandstorm was just like really loud. So gotta fix in for that. Just a little sound balance adjustment. I noticed something is backward with the new bandage spells for Elementalist. Interesting. Well, let's get through these numbers and then I can take a look at that. Or I can make a note for myself on check summon bandage. And I think also somebody said something about summon food, like not. I don't know if that's the case. There's a level 28 that says level 20 and vice versa. Oh, it might be like the scaling is weird or like tooltips or something. Okay, 42 to 40. I got you. I'll take a look. Tooltips. Harkaj, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1s. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the stream. And hopefully the game as well. Thank you so much for the generous gift subs. Invilizy, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Appreciate that. Notice there was a visual bug if a mob is pathing near the edge of water. Plus land, it kind of has a double image. Yeah, there's a couple little, that's another note I want to take down for our kind of, I created an internal, that was almost bad, guys. That was so close to being bad. Hold on a second. Let me turn off the display capture real quick. You guys almost got to see behind the scenes, like just very briefly. That was crazy. I don't know. I like clicked on Slack on my other screen and it was like open browser or whatever. I don't know what button I even pressed, but yeah, it was close to being bad, but saved. Spite Out, thank you so much for the Prime. Yeah, so I made an internal list that was almost an external list, I guess. Let us see here. Let me edit it in. So I just forgot what I was even talking about. Oh, the visual bugs. Yeah. So, I have a section called high visual impact. So mobs like spam popping to the ground on certain elevation changes, or I should like slopes, really, on certain slopes and near water. So I added that to the list. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a good call out. But I guess I don't thank you for me almost leaking everything, all the secrets. Alright, so let me get the courage to bring back display capture. Okay, we're back. Cool. Personally, I'd like to see dungeon crawl dungeons that aren't about camping, but about difficulty and how the rooms, halls, etc. are arranged, but within the same level range of mobs, with some that are beefed up, named whatever. I heard Wormsbane is like that. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're really focused in on making camp-based gameplay, but a lot of the dungeons, especially when they're lesser populated dungeons, are definitely, you can go for the more of the crawl experience, right? Especially if you have like multiple camps available and you're kind of rotating through different named. It's kind of like a consistent dungeon crawl, right? But there's also gonna be like cases where you zone into like a big dungeon and then it's like, okay, hey, we're gonna need to crawl to like a certain location within the dungeon, and then we can set up camp, or we can do more crawling, right? So definitely all about the camps, but that doesn't mean there can't be some crawling or reason for crawling. Just give us access to the team Slack. Yeah, we should just get you guys all in the Slack in like a guest channel, you know, just to hang out. I'm sure the team would love this, you know, love to see some familiar faces. Yeah. There were a lot of UI bugs pertaining to trading. Items wouldn't show up in trade windows. You couldn't open people's bags in trade windows and take items out, put them in your inventory, but then it would disappear and it was canceled. Some items got stuck on a cursor, etc. I'll add that to the list as well. Hopefully I don't click anything bad over here. In general, so the lag and zone lag that you guys experienced is actually due to inventory actions being made. So we need to optimize how we handle like inventory transactions and inventory reloads and stuff like that. So that was the lag that you guys were experiencing. Like at a certain number of people like playing naturally, it just starts to get a little bit wonky. So I'm not sure if the trading stuff is related to that, but I will make a note. Inventory / trading issues and jank, really. Are you hiring? We're always looking for potential people to bring on the team, talented individuals and whatnot. So I would say our main bottleneck is obviously always going to be like environment artists and yeah, pretty much art, like especially environment art. We do have a pretty robust environment art team now, but we're always and not just environment art or art in general. We're always looking at, you know, potential candidates. Obviously, right now we're all volunteering our time, but when early access starts, a number of us will be working on the project full time. Some of us will be working part time. Some of us will be working contract. Some of us will be, you know, not taking pay at first and stuff like that. But we'll have to just see how it goes and do what we can to get everyone paid and stuff. Obviously, everyone is going to be in part of the profit sharing pool and the what's it called, the phantom stock stuff. So but yeah, definitely reach out. You could DM me or a loving robot or Ollie on Discord about inquiries about joining the team. I would say a loving robot, aka Sean, is probably the best one to hit up for that, but if you hit me up, that's cool too. I can relay the information. What's up, Talent? All my coppers slowing down the server. Sorry, y'all. It's all good, Bottle Rocker. Wasn't that an issue before the inventory thing? I remember this being brought up before. It probably was, comma. We probably just didn't get around to optimizing that particular system. And in the stress test, it's not really very... it wasn't very apparent, right? So we hit 1,000 players in that stress test, but if you think about it, how many of those people were playing the game naturally? How many people are going around manipulating their inventory, looting, trading, doing all these things, right? So what we really need to do is a stress test after we fix this, and then during the stress test, everyone's playing the game naturally, right? Or they're intentionally trying to manipulate their inventory, stuff like that. So yeah, we have leads on that, so we'll be looking into it. How many new accounts got created? That is a good question. I am not actually sure. I can check that. But hey, let's go through some of these numbers real quick. So obviously, 6374. 2,468,126 minutes played. So 17,000, or sorry, 1714 days. 1,714. Average playtime per account, 6.5 hours. And then, yeah, so the account playtime distribution. Definitely a nice chunk of people in the latter half, which is always cool to see. Playtime by class, Druid and Shaman. Oh, wow, the Keelers. Boom, 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 all at the top. Followed by Enchanter, Shadow Knight, Beastmaster, Necro, Bard, Fighter, Rogue, Elementalist, Ranger, Monk, Wizard, Archer, Paladin, Spellblade, Inquisitor. Man, look at this OP sleeper class at the bottom. You guys don't even know. You don't even know what you're missing. I tested it. Spellblade it's good damage. People are sleeping on Monk too. Okay, so there is an issue with Monks and bludgeoning weapons right now. Some of you are going to be very sad to hear this. Also pet classes as well. Hand-to-hand and bludgeoning damage essentially is bugged to do less damage than it's meant to do. Slashing and piercing weapons are actually doing the correct amount of damage. So Monks are going to be getting better. Bludgeoning weapons are going to be getting better. It's like crushing weapons. And pets are also not innately dual wielding, or dual wielding at all, even if you give them weapons. So pets could get maybe a little bit of a boost there, but I'll be monitoring to make sure that they don't get too much of a boost. And in fact, when I was doing the parses and looking at the damage a kind of normal pet would do in a group, it was a pretty good amount of damage. Like, it didn't feel like too broken or anything. Now, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. A little bit under what a DPS class would be, I would say. So I feel that pets will probably, once they get fixed, they'll maybe be slightly overperforming again. We'll see. But, you know, balance is a work in progress. It's an iterative thing. So, what's up, Hrothgar? What's up, Tavish? How's it going, guys? Do those classes just not have many skills at the moment, or they're just not popular? Inquisitor and Spellblade are definitely kind of on the more lower end of things. Definitely Archer as well, in terms of ability stuff. Paladin, I think, is a pretty strong tank. Not like a crazy amount of stuff. Wizard, Monk definitely is on the lower end of having abilities. Ranger, Wizard is like got some unique elements to it, but I think not being a pet class and being a caster, I mean, that's obviously going to be a little bit niche. Elementalist being this low is kind of surprising. I think Elementalist is really good. Rogue is pretty good. Fighter's good. Yeah, so we're starting to kind of enter the good territory, right? So this actually kind of makes sense, this chunk here. But Elementalist being at the bottom, that's a little surprising. I would expect Elementalist to be higher. Bard I would expect to be way higher. I think Bard is probably one of the best all-around classes. I mean, insane solo capability, very powerful in a group. However, the damage that they bring in a group is not super great unless you're literally just leeching XP off of a bard. Necro... I'd expect Necro to be higher than Beast, but Beast is... it's getting into a good state. Slowly but surely, there's still a lot to do with Beast, and Beast is going to be getting more. What's Nick's favorite / EQ favorite? So for Eminem, I really like Cleric. I like Spellblade. I like Rogue. Necro for sure. I really like Necro. I want to play more Druid. I want to play... I don't know. What else do I want to play? Kind of like a rogue guy, fighter guy. I think it'd be fun to try out Ranger. In EQ, my classes were Druid, Warrior, Rogue. So some really simplified classes, really. Like fighter, or obviously Warrior and Rogue in EQ Classic era is like, you know. But what's interesting about those classes in EQ Classic is that your limited toolkit, like trying to make the most out of those classes with the limited toolkit that you do have. And obviously like clickies and stuff come into play, proc weapons. But yeah, like my rogue on P99 green was really fun. Like just trying to do all that I can outside of, I mean, damage is obviously was one of my main focuses with rogue, but what utility I could get away with, like, you know, just be really aggressive about pulling corpses, going for FTEs on raid mobs, stuff like that, tracking raid mobs, scouting, looking at what other guilds are doing, like anything that I could make use of. Sending tells to the other guild's clerics for Ago. Don't tell him I did that though. You think Necromancer Battle Res is in a good state? No. I think there's probably some bugs with it, and there's some missing functionality that's meant to make it a lot more smoother to be the recipient of, like auto looting your inventory basically, because you want to just be able to get into the fray right away, and you're gonna be dying again anyway, so. Does intelligence affect necro dot damage? I'm not sure at this point. I know we were talking about or considering implementing the kind of more scaling spell damage with various stats, and I think it made it in at least for direct damage. There's a little bit of scaling there. But in terms of the dot damage, let's take a quick gander. Quick gander. You know what? I don't know that we have. Let's see, dot. So like, what's it called? Deluge. I think there's a possibility of it, but it might not be completely working yet. Yeah. Let me bring up the playtest stuff again, though. All right, let's go down this a little bit more. Not gonna lie, I'm very excited for this game. So am I. Inspiration failed. Very happy that you guys are developing it. Yeah, I'm happy to be the one developing it. It feels, I mean, obviously, just many of us, right? But being one of the people feels pretty good. It feels like something I've wanted to do for a very long time, and it's finally being fulfilled, so it's great. So it looks like, so This is actually like, I don't know that this is. I mean, it's technically 48 hours of tracking, but yeah, actually, these numbers might not be right now because I kind of was aggressive with this. It should be end date 12/29. So maybe this is technically wrong or something. But peak daily users 5,285. That's pretty cool. And I think our max concurrent on the first night was in the 1900s. Top 10 poop soccers by level. Oh, so nobody made it to 60 yet on Trivia. Oh wait, this is wrong, right? There's no way. I thought people made it to 60. You're 54 on Rel now? Old info, I'm 38 on PvP server? Yeah. Well, I guess I was just showing the wrong information. Well, that's pretty cool. It should be for this whole time period, so... I don't know, guys. Maybe the numbers are a lie. All the content creators that are gonna be looking at my video and then distributing this as factual information, that may be premature. Still love you, Nick. Yeah. I tried, guys. I pressed the buttons that I thought were correct, but yeah. I don't know. Strange. Well, moving on, I guess. Beta requirements. Hey, content segue. Sean said something about the stats accidentally being pulled for only 24 hours. Oh, well, that's good news then. If the numbers are bigger than this, then I'm kind of excited to see what they really are, if we could ever get them. I know the stats got kind of reset on Ollie's stream. It said like the peak was 1600, but the peak was actually over 1900. XQC will debunk. Perfect. If we could get some XQC exposure, that would be fantastic. I can hear Criddle now, and then Nick questioned the validity of the data. Yes, everyone here. I'll make. Well, I already said it, so everyone's AI breakdown of this stream can be like, wow, Nick spent the first like 15 minutes talking about all this data, and then questioned the validity of this data shortly thereafter, kind of negating all of this. So, whoops. Set start date at 12:29. I don't know that that's gonna make it any better. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it'll make it worse. It'll tell you what data is there. Okay. All right. We'll do it. We'll do it. Let's do this. Alright, we'll see what happens here. Have you guys looked at our update on beta? Oh wait, this isn't even the right thing either. What am I doing? Have you guys checked out our new community hub? There's a lot of good information in here. What does bug report do? Oh look. Interesting. Development history. Cool. We're gonna have to update these really soon, actually. New player guide. This is definitely a good one if you are new to the game. Definitely check this out. Am I West Coast? No, I am just a late night psychopath, basically. What's up, Scav Backpack? We just call him Nick. Yeah. Let's see here. So yeah, this is the beta requirements roadmap. So there's definitely a lot of balance stuff, itemization stuff, a lot of rares and named are itemized. Obviously, you'll probably come across a few things that are either have like items with kind of stats that don't feel correct, or missing like drops, or in some cases guaranteed drops are intended or not intended. Most of the time they are intended, but sometimes they're not. So stuff to audit here with items like resist. Non-named item progression and distribution is a big one that I'm going to be hitting on very, 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 very soon. It's a big beta requirement because whenever we want to do the beta wipe, this needs to be kind of in a good spot so that it makes sense for economy and kind of making coin as you kill stuff, level up. Curious about upcoming race options. So we've got Deep Elf and Deep Gnome coming shortly after early access launch with our first module, which is a free expansion called Descent into the Deep. It'll be the Deep Elf City, Deep Elves, Deep Gnomes, and about 5 to 6 zones. In terms of races after that, you'll have probably Module 2 will be Trolls. We're also talking about Lizardmen. But yeah, essentially races will keep dropping as additional modules come out. Just saw your bio for Heroes of the Storm. Super cool. I was the test lead at Blizzard for Heroes for almost 4 years. It was a great game I wish more people had gotten into. Hey, awesome. Thank you for your work on Heroes of the Storm, Jurios. I'm also a former QA person myself, so I definitely appreciate that. And being, one of the bigger Heroes of the Storm streamers and players back in my day, I thank you for all that. Like, that really, the game was, I thought, obviously the game, I think it's underrated for sure. And obviously, like, certain like design things like didn't really give the game too much like long-term longevity, but the game was very polished and very well tested and thoroughly smooth and always performing great, and never was any bad bugs or anything that I could remember. So yeah, kudos to you and your team, and you guys did great work. And it's really nice to see Heroes of the Storm kind of get some more love, and it looks like the long-term support for that game is maybe going to continue and become maybe more prominent, but we'll have to see exactly what Microsoft and Activision Blizzard decide to do. But appreciate you for all the work that you did on that game. A ton of fun bugs. Yeah, no, I'm sure there was. I mean, I'm trying to remember. Like, I have bad memory of it because it's been 10 years ago now, and I kind of try to block it out of my memory somewhat. But yeah, I think that the one thing that I did that was noticeable was the when the what was the system called that you guys temporarily added? It was like the kind of the runes and masteries of Heroes of the Storm. That one came in kind of hot. Yeah, artifacts. That came in kind of hot, so I could imagine that was a little bit of a fun time I'm kind of sad that those went away, though, because, I mean, it makes sense with the overall design philosophy of being more simplistic, more easy to get into, but I do like depth, so I think that it would have been cool to have more of those, but yeah. It's cool that you worked on that, though, man. Life story, guys. You know what that means? Yeah. Okay. All right. That was a life story. Let's press the button. We'll run. Okay. So everyone, do exclamation point giveaway if you want to get into the giveaway. We'll give an alpha key out just for yeah, small world, exactly. Yeah, the industry is a small world, I would say. All right, mate. I think we're gonna need another playtest this weekend. Yeah. Here, let me just launch the servers real quick. But yeah, get your exclamation point giveaways in. Let's run another key real quick here. Lots of people interested. Yeah. Seems that way. All right, let's run the key. We'll give it like 10 seconds. Notice the lag was better this round, except for the one-off trade / tell stuff, the Night Harbor player count stuff. Yeah, so basically, inventory transactions is the main culprit of the lag in Night Harbor. And we'll be looking into that. It's something we need to, optimize for any zone, really. If all the players are bunched up in a zone other than Night Harbor, then likely those inventory managements will be affecting stuff there as well. Just kind of a coincidence that it's in the biggest, most intensive zone in general. What's my biggest takeaway from the test this weekend? Biggest takeaway. Nothing like too crazy. I was looking at I was more curious about the high level balance because we've been working on balance a lot. And my biggest takeaway is like, I felt like the healing was a little bit stressful. It was a little bit like if you weren't like maximizing your efficiency, it was almost impossible to do what you wanted to do. That being said, we played with a psychopath polar. Did I even say that right? Blech. Psychopath polar, who constantly bombards us with mobs that are our level or higher. So that might be coming into play there. That being said, it still felt a little challenging, definitely in the mana department. It felt not super great compared to some of my other experiences. So we're going to be taking a look at the balance and the mana pools, mana. In fact, I'm going to be making a post on the alpha forums about the so if you're in the alpha, curious your take on balance at the moment. Where is feedback? Okay, I gotta fire this post off. Anything else you feel may be relevant? Thanks. So if you're in the alpha, let me pull this over actually. Man, you made Trello look really good. We try. That's what we have Goblin for. Among other things. Uh-oh. Maybe I should hide this other stuff. I don't know how to do this. Open in full view. Alright. Guys, don't look at the alpha stuff, okay? Don't look at this. Not that I care. Or anyone really cares, but... Mobs don't have enough mana at the moment. Yes, that was discovered. I noticed that mobs don't have enough mana, and then I was like, hey... so it sounds like we're doing some, like, kind of, like, weird division math to, like, basically it, like, 1/3 their mana pool. But I don't know that we need to be doing that because... Like, we did it for a specific reason, but I don't know that that reason holds up. Like, the reason was like, hey, because they're going to have this amount of stats, so their pool's going to be X amount bigger, right? So we need to, like, 1/3 the mana pool of caster mobs. But I don't think that holds up. It feels perfect until they lose 80% of their mana bar in one nuke. Yeah, so I question the latest rounds of healing balance changes, that maybe they get a little bit easier to manage, or well, there's a couple of things we could do. We could increase the HPM of healing spells. We could the mob TTK at in like the 45 to 60 range might be feeling a little bit too high. Obviously it's been historically too low for a while, but I wonder if we've gotten into too high territory. But that's going to require a little bit more testing and data gathering and whatnot. But in general, my ideal TTK is at that level is like 30 to 40 seconds. 40-ish at the most. TTK should feel long enough, but not too long. Because once you enter health sponge territory, then it just starts feeling like really boring. And also it's gonna... If the mob is alive for longer and is doing like really strong damage on the tank, then that's gonna drain you faster as well. Our 6-man group was about 60 seconds on even level mobs at level 54. That's not too horrible, but it's definitely better than like the 20 to 30 seconds that it was, right? Like 20, 30 seconds at that level, just insanity, right? That's too fast, but I think a healthy medium is needed. Need shorter duration dots? Well, dots have been designed in this game to be shorter duration. There's a 30-second dot line and there's a 60-second dot line. I don't know if there's any 120. There might be, but they have purposely been designed to be lower duration. Yeah, necropets aren't meant to really tank stuff at your level, really. They're like, I mean, I saw somebody using a necropet in like the high 30s and it seemed fine. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna be fearing, you're gonna be staring, you're gonna be, you know, like, pets shouldn't be that tanky either, right? But they should be able to take some hits. Dots need to tick quicker, not last longer. Did I not hit the giveaway button? Yeah, I always forget to do that. All right, let's choose a winner. Hrothgar 4484. Hrothgar, congrats. Whisper me your M&M account, email, and Discord, buddy. What was the other thing that I was gonna do real quick? Look at my... Get somebody else in the alpha real quick. That one. Nice. Okay. But yeah, so kind of what I've put out to the community is like, hey, how's combat and pacing and damage? Hold on, let me do this. So like mob TTK, particularly level 45. We recently buffed mob HP above that level. Mob damage, melee damage, caster damage for players, obviously, and pet damage. Like mana sustain. Oh. Mana cost for various abilities. Oh, the calm spells. So like their mana cost and effectiveness, and then for like solo, small group, large group play, like how has charm been, like charm effectiveness, XP rates, particularly level 40 plus, where we have changed it more recently, and obviously, here let's do XP rates, and in larger or in larger groups. Placate changes. All right, I'm just curious. So, if you have played with the placate changes and it has affected your game playing, give me an honest take. Do you like the changes? Press 1. If you don't like the changes, press 2. So what I think I don't like about the changes is that you can't do some crazy psycho stuff. Like Enchanter, like placating through a dungeon, then placating like 4 mobs around a named, and then essentially killing that mob. This is very empirical data. The placate changes. The placate changes. It definitely breaks the ability for non-groups to do much of anything. Yeah. I think I like the idea on paper a little bit too much. I think that it's something that I'm already considering reverting. Just because I experienced it too. And even as a cleric, it's like, okay, so what's my non-healing utility? Like, what do I bring? I do have a memory blur, but Zynga DK, thank you for the prime. So for placate, aka pacify, aka lull, it is what's it called? You can only place it on a single target. if you try to cast it on another target, it'll remove it from the first target. However, we did add an ability line that will you can use on multiple targets for body aggro only, but you can't do it for social aggro. The problem is if you're wanting to do some like cool like solo artist challenge stuff and you want to like placate a bunch of mobs around a named, you will never be able to do that, right? Like essentially you can only placate to a certain point in a dungeon, and then kind of you get there and then the camp is just hard to break, right? Purpose of body aggro placate when invis already exists is that invis is not going to be effective at higher levels in general, and in like higher level dungeons particularly. Like invis is just not going to be reliable everywhere. It'll be reliable in certain areas but not others. It's way too reliable as is. What classes, compared to EQ, they have stuns? So I'm trying to think what classes... I mean, a lot of classes do like have a stun, right? But is there really that much more? Could you just make named immune to it? Well, I mean, that's not the problem. And yes, we can, and named are typically immune to placate. I think the main issue is that you can't really make use of placate to do like those kind of crazy challenges, right? And that kind of takes away some of the skill cap from some of the classes and some of the gameplay. Kind of makes it a little bit more one-dimensional. Kind of forces you into a certain like grouping play style. So I don't know that I'm super big fan of it. Greater Invis is currently really powerful. Yeah, I mean it's much more reliable. Yeah, for sure, whoa, dude, and that is pretty cool. You could still do that with the changes. You would just have to use the version of the spell, which is like the body aggro only one, and then deal with any kind of crit resists, which would be a lot more challenging because it would not block the social aggro aspect. But in general, you can still do that. But I think, I don't know. I think placate. I think I want to revert it. I had a question about monks. Are currently listed with 4 other tanks, but don't seem to have a full tank kit. Is it intended for them to be able to go full tank mode or full damage mode, or is this a mislabel for an off tank? I'd love to see them getting the versatility of being good damage or a proper tank. They're more meant to be like it's very a gray area with monk, right? Like they have some tanking attributes, and they will also be nicer through like mitigation changes that we may have made or are making still, with like dodge, parry, block, stuff like that. But I mean, I could see them getting more tank utility for sure. I just question like how much like they will get, and how much of a tank they're meant to be. I guess that's just pretty much right, like the question. Oh, by the way, Gwen, thank you for the tier 1, and Zynga DK, thank you for the prime. I might have missed you a couple minutes ago. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for the support, both in game and on the stream. Nick, who is over tuning of classes? And is Rogue where you want them to be, or are they getting tuned up? I've been doing a large share of the class work. Pretty much, I'm the sole class designer. We do have other people that assist on classes and abilities through their technical prowesses. So obviously we've got Ollie and Chip, who are programmers that assist, and Chip has kind of done a little bit more hands-on, like adding certain things or setting up certain abilities, because he's setting up the ability functionality, new ability functionality, so he kind of sets up some of the abilities ahead of time. However, we do have a little secret guest person now taking a look at abilities. A very, very experienced, cool guy, taking a look at stuff and helping to kind of organize things and kind of get us more organized on that front, but also contribute his years and years of experience working on MMOs. I will not reveal the secret person. However, no, it is not John Smedley. That is not John Smedley. But if he wants to talk about the PlanetSide game, then anyways. Elite BWR, no, that is Node. Oh. Mythos, no. No, Mythos. No. Yeah, you guys gotta have some respect for those who are no longer here. Because eventually we're all no longer gonna be here, unless we become cyborgs or some crazy shenanigans. But yeah, no, he's a cool guy. He's a smart guy. He's an experienced guy, and he's gonna be taking a look at things. And but he's a busy guy, so we'll see. But yeah, it's cool to have somebody of that stature poking at stuff, and if he stays on for the long term, then be somebody great to work with. I think Raph is a little bit busy with what is it called? Stars Reach. No, Etris, no. This dude has some pretty sick developer credentials, so not him. Tim Kaine. Isn't Tim Kaine working at what's it called again? Papa Jeff? That would be. Are you talking about Jeff Kaplan? JP from Grandma's Boy? I am JP from Grandma's Boy. No, I'm what is it, Alex? Yeah, I'm Alex. Grandma's Boy is actually one of my favorite movies. It's so good. It's so good. If you guys haven't watched Grandma's Boy, I'm basically the main character in Grandma's Boy, so I'm Alex. You already said JP? Well, I'm gonna turn into JP later. I'm just not a cyborg yet. That's my villain arc, when I turn into JP. Can I ask why you can't reveal who it is? Yeah, so I don't know if they want to be disclosed. And then we got to make sure that they're going to be sticking around, obviously, and stuff like that. But fingers crossed from my end, because really cool guy. And, yeah. Saw Nick Swartzen live last year. Hilarious. Oh, that sounds like a fun time. Where did you see him at, if you don't mind me asking? Funny Bone in Omaha, Nebraska. Cool. Mana regens, Shadow Knight versus Pally felt rough on the Shadow Knight. That 1 mana on the Yelp Pally line was huge. Interesting. Yeah, I've heard some stuff about Shadow Knights not having great mana pools. I wonder if it's a hybrid thing. Hold on, let me turn off display capture real quick. Alright, I didn't need to do that. Let's put that back on. Alright. Sep 631. Thank you for the 10 gifties. Holy crap. Thank you. How generous of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Gifted a total of 30 subs in the channel. Wow. I appreciate that so much. So thank you. Welcome in. Yeah, I'll keep doing my thing as much as I possibly can. We'll keep on rocking. Appreciate you, man. Hey Nick, any thoughts you would like to share about Shadow Knight, i.e. mana regen? I feel like you guys could do something off the wall with the pet. Yeah, you know, that could be maybe a source of like mana regen, is like maybe something your pet does or one of the pets that you use could potentially generate more mana for you. Or if you use a different pet, maybe it generates something else for you, right? Or gives you some kind of edge there. But if you're really like hurting for mana, maybe you could switch to another pet, and certain pets can help with your mana sustain. Giving SK mana regen is just making them more OP. Yeah, so that's been kind of the hesitation with it, right? However, I do want to verify that Shadow Knights have a suitable mana pool and they're getting enough mana from their stats, right? Let me propose a question to the balance team. Hey, do knights and hybrids get similar mana pools and mana from stat scaling as casters and priests? Boom. You can see you guys are basically in the Slack already, in these, like, all the crazy high-level conversations. So you're here. You're already... Might as well just get you guys into Slack as well, you know? Zombie pet regens mana when they hit stuff? Brain drain? No, we call it brain rot. That's more culturally relevant. But no, I do like that. Brain drain is pretty cool. No way, Necromancer needs Bone Knight form. Melee Necromancer should be viable. Trade medding, dotting, casting for smacking with hams. Well, yeah, we did add aspect of vampirism to Necromancer, so you can live out the Bone Knight fantasy now. And even crazier, if you want to do like a Bone Knight group, you could get 5 Bone Knights and a Necromancer, or sorry, 5 Bone Knights and a Shadow Knight, and then you put up Aura of Vampirism, and then you have Aspect of Vampirism, so you have double chance to proc, because they now stack. So you can make a Bone Knight team with a Shadow Knight bringing that aura into play. So somebody tell Quados about that one. We gotta get the team online for that. I started an archer and just curious, you guys plan to implement a cooldown or something that would allow them to shoot while moving or anything along the lines of that. It felt fine, but I was missing a lot of autos that didn't feel so great. So the intention with the auto shot design is that you are doing your due diligence to stop and make sure that you're getting your all your auto shots off. That's part of the gameplay. I feel like it's a little bit, not brain dead, but it's like a little bit simplistic when you can just like run around and constantly shoot. I think being able to stop and shoot, move, stop, shoot, move, stop, shoot. I like that. I do like that. Even if it's not like realistic, right? I'm pretty sure you can run and shoot a bow and arrow in real life. But in terms of gameplay inspirations, like WoW Classic, Hunter, I like stutter step micro for Hunter and that. In terms of like League of Legends and Heroes of the Storm, I like stutter, or even like StarCraft, right? I like stutter step micro when you're taking a ranged unit, you're shooting, you're moving, you're shooting, you're moving, you're shooting. I think I like that. I do like that. So, as in terms of a cooldown though, where it's like a temporary measure, I think that makes sense, Stinzo. But in terms of like the core loop of the gameplay, I do like the stutter step. Oh, B James, thank you for the port last night. Yeah, that was our group. Nick, you guys have something special here, from the way you communicate with the community to the commitment to the vision/style. Just wanted to hop in and say keep it up. The weirdos that like it love it. Hey, that old boy, thank you so much for the kind words. I mean, yeah, really what it comes down to is I'm one of you guys, really. Like, we made this game because we wanted to play it, and nobody else was gonna ever make it or be willing to make it, and it was never gonna get funded. So, the fact that I get to see this come to life and play it myself and be a part of it it's a dream come true. And really, I just like being part of the community and really talking with people about gaming stuff. I'm a hardcore gamer myself. This is all for fun. This is, I mean, obviously this is a commercial project, right? But really, I would do this for fun. Original WoW Hunters were fantastic. Yeah, I did like them. The thing that we didn't do from original WoW Hunters, though, is melee weaving. It was possible at one time in Monsters and Memories, but it didn't feel sandwichy enough, and it felt like too much. It felt off, right? So that's the one thing we aren't doing from WoW Hunter, Classic Hunter, is the melee weaving aspect. But yeah, in general, I think I first defined Archer as a WoW Hunter demake. You know those demake games where it's like, hey, somebody made this like really nice game, or like really good game, and then somebody's like, I'm gonna make the like demake version of it, right? Like, so it's definitely kind of like a WoW Hunter demake, for sure. That is kind of initially what I pitched it as. The PS1 demake of a PS4, PS5 game. Yeah. Will there be more advanced forms of vampire-ness? Who says there isn't? Be right back, Googling demake. Yeah, I'm probably, I don't know. I did play Ranger this weekend. It was a lot of fun too. Yeah, so Rangers, we're going for a similar but different vibe there. Obviously they're gonna be serviceable in the tank department. They're gonna be serviceable in the melee damage department, and they're gonna be serviceable obviously in the archery department as well. And then they bring utility, like, and what I think is pretty fun. I don't know. I haven't used it too much. I mean, I designed it, and I hope it's fun. I hope it's cool. But the imbue arrows stances that you can do now, where you can imbue your arrows with either fire, ice, electricity, and or nature, right? And then not only does that do bonus damage per hit, but it also it's kind of similar to Spellblade in a way. It kind of gives you like different proc opportunities. So like if you proc the fire arrow one, you get a instant cast fire nuke or fire dot. So it allows you to instantly cast a fire nuke, fire dot. Same thing with the nature one. It lets you cast your root or snare instantly. Ice one, it stacks up. It's a secondary slow that stacks up per hit. And then the lightning one is a chance to stun. So feel too much like Archer? I mean, the thing is, Rangers are meant to be also like Archers. Like, they're an Archer hybrid. But that's their specific flavor. Because they also use magic. So they are able to imbue their arrows with magic. Archers are more martial. They're focused on higher physical damage with ranged attacks. They're focused on special shots that are more martial in nature. Not spellcaster in nature. And they have traps. Caltrops, immobilizing trap. They'll probably get like tripwires and cool different things that you can do, right? And they're meant to be a little bit more like I hate to use the term like one-dimensional. They obviously bring some nice utility themselves, but in general, the Archer is meant to be like kind of a giga pumper, whereas the Ranger is like a group utility, good damage, not great, kind of utility, a lot more utility, Sao heals, nukes, dots, damage shields, regens, buffs, you know? Plus, they're serviceable in melee, they're serviceable tanks, they bring an aura. So Ranger is much more of the support utility version, whereas Archer is stronger damage, less utility, but still some utility. And the utility that they do have is kind of unique, right? Because they have traps. But I know that people are like, why is there a Ranger and an Archer? Why is there this and that? And it's like, it felt fun. If it sucks, then I don't know. Maybe we do something down the line, but probably not. I think we're cool with having more classes. We want to have more classes, but it may take some time to define and flesh out these classes a little bit more. But I think long term, it'll be cool to have more options than less. Archer kind of feels like a ranged rogue. Exactly. That was also so. WoW Hunter demake plus ranged, like EQ rogue in a way, right? There isn't a ton of buttons you have to press, but it's kind of like a sandwichy combat class. You sit there, you auto attack, you press a couple buttons, and then you're doing the things, right? Ranger gets the death touch absorb. Nice joke, at least. Yeah, it is pretty much a joke at this point because the functionality needs to be fixed on that one. But I think it's just fun, right? Like, it's not like the existence of that ability isn't preventing other abilities from existing. It's just like, I felt like doing it. That's why it's there. But yeah, no, I think it could be fun, like, on certain boss encounters that use a death touch mechanic. It's like, the joke is fun, and then the effect is pretty relevant, right? Ficti, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Goblin Works. Hey, what's up, Goblin? Why is a rogue and a fighter? They both use melee? Yeah. Well, we'll just remove everything, except for, I don't know. That was a big joke in EQ. It amuses me. Yeah, and I mean, it like, that's part of the kind of, it's kind of like the heritage of our gaming history, right? Like, it's relevant to that, and it just felt fun to do. Or maybe vampire would be like rogue plus necro plus druid a little, turn into a bat. Who's to say any class couldn't be a vampire? Wizards need their Electric Shock series to continue into the 50s. Is that just so that they have more, like, another, like, tier of spells where they get an upgrade? Are they, like, kind of missing a spell upgrade and there's, like, a big gap that feels bad, Mr. Green? Or is it for some other reason? Hey, Nick, why don't all classes have Sow and Charm? Good question. Hey Nick, can I bother you and ask about if we might get a PvP server for beta? That's a good question. I would say probably not, but it might be cool to test some PvP stuff in beta. So yeah, we will see. We shall see. In a lot of situations, group/raids wanted the best of something over utility. For example, EQ Beast Lords being considered weak for the first 5 to 6 expansions and were overlooked for groups. Are you worried about players do the same thing for the hybrid type roles if they are a level below on DPS? Not really, because I think that the steps that I'm trying to take to increase the viability of those classes within a group is pretty significant. So for example, should we pull up the database, guys? Should we increase the risk of, like, things being leaked, like, tenfold? Yeah, sure, why not? So we've got, what's it called? So Beastmasters have access to Pack of the Predator. Awaken the Hunter's Instinct in your group, increasing their offense by 5 and agility by 1, level 1 to 15, level 60. This ability persists until canceled. So this is an aura on Beastmasters. This query hurts me. That's because I just typed into the filter bar. No, I typed this all out manually. So offense is like, so it's like having like a whole additional level, essentially. This increases the offense skill of your entire group by 5, essentially making you have the offense of a level 61 if you're level 60, or a level 51 if you're 50, right? So the hope is that taking the Beastmaster is better than taking a rogue when you have like 2 rogues, right? Like, would you rather have 2 rogues or would you rather have a rogue and a Beastmaster? Then I want the case to be you want the Beastmaster. And you have other stuff. You've got True Strike Aura for Rangers. Heighten the senses of your group, increasing their archery, bludgeoning, piercing, throwing, and slashing by 5, and dexterity by 1, level 1 to 15, level 60. So Rangers gets a similar thing. And then you have knights that give auras. Spellblade gives aura. Like, the intention is for classes that aren't the top tier DPS classes or the top healing class or top X, Y, or Z to bring something to the group that is relevant, that is extremely, extremely relevant, to at least have one of them in the group. When will Necros get an aura? Never. Necros are already too good. They don't need an aura. They bring a lot, too. Necros do bring a lot. Heals, twitches. You can off-tank with a pet. You could do pretty good damage. crowd control stuff. Like, necros are good. Would it increase the chances of us getting a PvP server on the beta if I wrote you a song about my adventures as a WoW baby playing Eminem and EverQuest? If you make it without the assistance of AI, then it may. But if you use AI, then it will decrease the chances. Not that there's anything wrong with AI, but we want to see some originality, you know? What kind of what kind of poisons will rogues have access to? Melee attack speed slow, secondary melee attack speed slow, right? So it's not as big as like Enchanter, Shaman, etc., right? But the one that won't stack with the Spellblade slow, right? So there's like secondary debuffs in this game. This kind of is a continuation of what EQ has done with some of their stuff. Like you had Haste V1, Haste V2, Haste V3, right? So there's a similar concept there. But then there's also, it's extended to some other things as well. Regen in the future. Definitely melee slow and spells slow. Primary, you know, so there, you can have a shaman in the group, but if you want to maximize your slow, then you're going to need to bring either a rogue or a spellblade or a bard that has a secondary slow, so you could get that maximum slow amount, right? So the idea is just the primary classes are still really solid at what they do, but the secondary classes, there's more relevance to take them, right? So there will be like a melee slow. I'm sure there'll be like snaring poisons, damaging poisons, maybe a mortal strike kind of poison, stuff like this, right? And that will be getting worked on as soon as I work on something that's very, very important, which I was talking about over here in the community. What is it? No. Where is it? This one. My webcam is like right on top of that tab, so I can't see it. I have to like move it around. Essentially, non-named item progression and distribution. So like your level 30 beetle, level 40 beetle, what are they dropping? Are those items worth a good amount of coin? Are they used in trade skills? If not, should I use them for poison? Should I use them poison making? Should we use them for cooking? Stuff like this, right? $17 silver carapaces, yes. More items with stats that aren't from named would be cool. Yeah, it's always it's tricky with that, right? Because the kind of game that this is, we don't want to start dropping like, you know, items like WoW where they have like the green drops, right? That always felt like the Diablo item drops, like that. Just, I mean, I have somewhat of an appreciation for it in the context of WoW, but in this kind of game, it's kind of a tough sell. There will be some items with stats that come from trade skills, but they won't be so widely available that you can just get a full set of them, right? They'll be limited to certain slots, and the slot count will be fairly limited. Like maybe you could get like 3 stat items from trade skills, like ever, maybe, right? Or if there are additional ones, then they're like super late game or super hard to obtain. But the ones that are kind of moderate to obtain, then it's going to be quite limited. So trade skills for sure. And that's one of the things I also have to get into is stub in the items for that stuff, so that Rift can get all that hooked up. Could be basic drop items without stats drop more often, maybe. Basic drop items without saps drop more often. Do you guys think cloth and leather, like the kind of tattered, rusty drops, are too few and far between now? Do they need an increase on the drop rate, or how is the drop rate feeling on those? Nope. Nope, feels fine. More rawhide armor, please. Farming for strips was awful. I did hear that that it felt better to get the scraps now, but you might have, I don't know, maybe we're targeting the wrong NPCs, because certain NPCs, like, depending on their class, they will yield more or less of the type that you want. Like a plate wearing class will drop, like, I think all the different scraps, but they'll mostly drop the plate scraps. So if you're farming them for leather, it's gonna feel horrible probably. But if you're farming an NPC that is a leather wearer, they're gonna drop the scraps more often. Yeah, Corvid, but they don't drop them all at the same time anymore. They can drop multiple types of armor. That is intended. Oh, they can drop at the same time. Well, that must be... That could be a specific NPC. Oh, or that could be a specific level range. I believe that can happen 1 to 15. You can still get tattered cloth and tattered rawhide from the same mob, but above 1 to 14. But 15 above, it shouldn't be happening unless there is some kind of weird, like, somebody decided to put a loot table on a mob that shouldn't be there. Then I would need, like, a specific report about it, but I could also query and see what's going on. Logged out at server shutdown with 60 rawhide scraps. Made the character at 7 a.m. this morning. Nice. Yeah, and I bet the rawhide scraps might be more frequent at that 1 to 14 range. I have to really take a look at that range, because that was the one that kind of got neglected when I made the changes to the other armor stuff. Use mob drops in crafting stuff for your house, boat, etc. Yeah, and ideally, honestly, mob drops that are literally like named loot that is like rare furniture and stuff, right? Like, obviously this would be in addition to whatever like items they drop, so it doesn't like feel bad. You're like, oh crap, I got the stupid chair again when I wanted to get the breastplate of awesomeness. But having that additional loot table on there to maybe get like a piece of furniture or whatever, right? Like, that'd be kind of cool. Wouldn't be that fun. Deep in a dungeon, you find a nice chair in a boss room. Yeah, you better find some way to haul that out. You know, you're gonna have to get your little pull cart like going. And could you imagine trying to carry it if it weighed a ton of stuff? It was like a big table or big like cabinet or something. Yeah, bring your pack mule. Exactly. Furniture and such would be great in random chests at spawn places. Yeah. Bonus cosmetics, furniture, wherever is awesome. Whatever is awesome, yeah. Legendary grade desk. Is there any plans of having your own house? Yeah, so housing is already implemented on a base level. There is enhancement. So do we have something here about housing, I wonder? Housing system. Maybe that's early access. But this is kind of more stuff for the wipe. But in terms of like our overall, like, let me see. I know we had a list somewhere. Was it on this? Well, anyways, we have more to do with fleshing out with fleshing out housing. So that includes like systems design, trade skill design, etc. Have you looked at what WoW did with player housing? Yeah, I was actually one of the very few people that got to try it really early. I have a friend that is working at Blizzard and had him, get me into that midnight alpha. But yeah, no, I did take a look at it. We're going for a completely different vibe with our housing, but it is an impressive system that they have put together, no doubt. Will farming and housing go hand in hand? I would say so, yeah. Now, will you need a specific plot or a specific type of house to do farming? Maybe if you want to do like bigger farming operations, but in terms of maybe just like a small amount of farming, maybe you don't need something too crazy, right? EQ2 tried to make housing cool. I remember when EQ2 was announced, and I think maybe Brad and co were still on the team, and they had really big big plans. Dude, I can't talk. They had really big plans for housing, in that they wanted to like make player cities and stuff, and like it felt a lot more like they had a lot more Vanguard ideas at that stage. I'm talking like year 2000, 2001, like pre-release EverQuest 2, and they're like first talking about the ideas and stuff. But yeah, I don't know what it turned into with the full game. I never really spent a lot of time with EverQuest 2. Freudian slip. Yeah, this is the Freudian slip stream for sure. You'll hear some interesting stuff for sure. The house named Farts was a nice touch. 5 gold well spent. That's right. Wildstar had amazing player housing. I think I was reading about that not too long ago. Vanguard was awesome. I remember EQ2 taking people for beta, but it felt like such a wild decision to divide the player base between 2 games. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of would be interesting to see what SOE could have done if they didn't do EQ2, or they took EQ2 in a different direction, because obviously there was the WoW direction, and then there could have been something more different but still modernized in a way. Like I don't know. There's a lot they could have done, I think, but yeah, trying to be too much of a WoW clone when WoW was coming out, a generational game, that's gonna be a tough one. That's gonna be a real tough one. I'm a little skeptical of housing as a classic WoW and EQ player. I've never seen it in a game. Yeah, no, same here. Like, I'm not skeptical of our housing, but I get what you're saying as a primarily classic WoW and EQ player myself. I would say, though, that I think what it adds to the kind of social, like the open world version that we have, and how it adds to the kind of, to Night Harbor and various cities, and like, the kind of like Second Life kind of side kind of thing we're going for as well. I think it does a lot. So in EverQuest, as a kid, my real life friend and I wanted to set up a shop in EverQuest. Like we went to one of the cities in Kellethan, or sorry, we went to one of the buildings in Kellethan, the empty buildings, and we set up a shop there. And we sold like survival packs and stuff. Like, we're like, oh, here's a backpack with like bandages, food, water. Like, here, come on down. Buy it for like 2 plat or whatever, right? So that would have felt cool to do and be in the game, but it just wasn't, right? So I think there is room for that kind of sandboxy style elements and systems in gameplay, but within the context of a more traditional murder hobo MMO, where you're like it's kind of more of a sand park, like EverQuest or even WoW. I noticed you can look into homes in Night Harbor. I can't wait to creep on people's decor choice. Yeah, you might see some crazy stuff, you know? I look forward to the day when there's something of a bazaar in M&M. Right now, it's so painful. Are you talking about like an auction house or like automated selling? Because we're not going to do that. We want player-to-player trading, but there will be a consignment bag where you can toss your items to somebody to sell for you at a cost, so you don't even have to do that stuff. You just pay a small fee, obviously of in-game money, and I don't know, maybe down the line there's some like merchant stuff you can do if you're like in a very large guild or something, but in general we want that player-to-player interaction and trading. We do have merchant stalls, and you'll be able to like set out a display case of your items. Hey, Blessed Gaming, thank you for the Prime. I'm doing well, hope you're also doing well tonight. Thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome in. But yeah, no, we will have we do have merchant stalls, and then you'll be able to place your display box, and then there'll be like a little note in there that says like, hey, this costs this much, this costs this much, and then you'll be able to also inspect the items. And then you just talk to the person. You're like, hey, I want to buy this for, you know, like that price seems good, or maybe you can haggle. You could be like, that price seems a little bit, you know, we do this price, right? Decap 3030, thank you also for the Prime. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. Will banks all be connected or each one separate like Albion? They are going to be separated, yeah. So we are gonna move towards the separated model because we want you to like take your cart and take your pack animals and move your bank stuff across the land and things like this, right? We don't want you to be like, oh, I teleported across the map to Eastham and now I have all my stuff from Night Harbor, right? Like it kind of goes against what we're trying to do with some of the mechanics, right? But there will be shared bank, so that is a nice little quality of life. There will be a shared bank, but that will also be regional as well. But at least if you want to do a transfer, you can go to the bank, you can look in the shared bank, drop something in there, and then do your little exchange. Yeah, shared bank per town, exactly. There will also be bank upgrading, so that little bit of another nice little form of progression, right? Like, yeah, maybe you want just like everything unlocked at the start, but I don't know, it's just one of those things, another thing to progress, another thing to look forward to, expanding your bank. And that would be on a per location basis, so there's a lot to do there. Unlock all of your bank slots on all the banks in the world. More long-term goals, like making your character factioned up with everything just because. It'll request if you all do any guild bank kind of stuff, don't do what Kata did. It totally killed a massive alliance of guilds as a result. What did Kata do? I actually quit at Kata, so I don't even know what it did. Will all the Night Harbor banks be linked, for example, or all banks are separate? That's a good question. Fat guy, low coat. I think the issue with that is there's some factional considerations. Like, some of the people who run banks in Night Harbor are not necessarily friendly with the other banks. So it might be just multiple banks in Night Harbor that are separate. We'll have to talk about that one as a team again, but yeah, there is some challenge there with the factional stuff. No, Archon. I don't think so. Great playtest, was so fun. I got to explore a lot of new places with friends. I hope the mana regen out of combat ramps up more. Currently way too slow. Yeah, so not like a huge change or anything. Uh-oh, I might have to sneeze here. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Man, I'm still kind of sick. So we were talking about it, and it might not be the mana regen per se, but it may be your mana pool gets a little bit bigger again, and your spell costs get reduced a little bit. I think it would be nice if there was a little bit more sustain before you have to meditate and have downtime and stuff like that, right? So we're definitely taking a look at that. And any feedback or specifics is appreciated. Obviously, I've got this post up here from the alpha forum, so if you're involved with the alpha, please reply to this post in the feedback alpha discussion. I could also make a we could also make a public version of this if you guys aren't in alpha. Let's do that as well. Forums, game feedback. Yeah, let's do that. Harkaj, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I greatly appreciate that, man. Thank you again. And welcome in. Glad you're enjoying the stream. What did I say was the title of this post? Let's do this. And we'll sticky this too. Pin. But here, let's kill this. Get a nice little spot for you to look at stuff. What's up, Vathrak? Thanks for coming and saving us off the hill after falling out of the tower. That wasn't me, was it? I don't remember that. But you're welcome if it was one of us. That skybox looks so good now. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? The crescent during the playtest was really cool. Is combat filters on the radar for fix? Seems like you select to only see me, mine, click off other players, but you still get other players spam and checking filters. They're back to being on. Interesting. Let me make a note. So one thing that you can do with this is you can click a whole category. So you see how this breaks down into submenus and stuff? You can actually click these as well. And it'll affect all of them. So you can click the main category, you can click a subcategory, you can click a subcategory, or you can click an individual one. So this may not help if there's a bug at play, but this will be a lot more helpful if you weren't aware of that before. The other thing that you can do is, if you are like me and you spam your abilities, I would recommend making a new box for that, and maybe some other information that you don't really care about that much. But system error and warning are both used if you're spamming abilities. Or you're getting ability warning spam or error spam, right? I would both isolate these to a different window than your chat, and potentially even your combat and spell spam. So, yeah, no problem. Can we get the ability to turn off tab flashing for our error tabs? Ooh, that's a good idea. Let me make a note on that one too. Like sleep the tab. Has anyone come across the issue of certain classes who choose to start with 2x trade skills, such as fishing and mining, having to delete an item before interacting with the world? I'm wondering how they can handle this. For me, mining was one of the skills, but mining pick small could... maybe making the mining pick small and going to the mining bag could help. Honestly, that or an extra inventory slot. So one thing we're going to be doing is making it so that certain ability scrolls are not needed. So it may just be the case where you start with less junk in your inventory. What class were you when you did that, Glizzy Dan? Because if you were certain classes definitely have a lot more scrolls. Pally with fishing mining. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. We'll take a look at that one. Definitely get that one change in, and then see if there's still issues with it. You ran into it with SK and shield/mining. Yeah, hybrid knights. That makes a lot of sense because they have like throw, shoot, they get like a heal, or they get like a nuke, and then they get like a strike, a slam or whatever, and then maybe they get something else, I can't remember. So they get a ton of scrolls at the start, and being able to eliminate some of those scrolls at the start will probably fix it in most cases of this. But yeah. You could always go to the bank too, I think. Yeah, no problem, Mythos. I wish there was a better way for us to have like defaults for that, so that maybe that's another note to make. another default window to handle error and warning spam or other optimization of this to solve the same problem. All right. Well, we'll figure something out with that. Yeah, on that topic, feels like many classes' starting abilities should be more like class-defining auras or pet classes. Necro/Ellie just feels like some classes benefit from starting with more to get really get feel for class play. Yeah, so a long time ago, the pet classes actually did start with their pet, but didn't start with the reagent, and that felt kind of weird as well. But then it also kind of feels a little bit like too easy when you start with your pet, especially Necro, because Necro is just like, oh, I spawned with my pet, let me go kill a skeleton, boom, get a bone chip. But I don't know, maybe it does, like, maybe that does make sense, you know? Like, who am I to say, right? So, we did change it, we did make pets did retain being level 1, but you have to go buy them, and you know, there are certain core abilities that you do have to go buy, like, you don't start with Mesmerize on Enchanter despite it being level 1. Kind of just set it up in a way that you like have like 1 or 2 good abilities that are useful to you at the start, like a heal or a nuke or a buff, or some kind of like core utility or just like expected skill that you have. But yeah, I don't know. It's good feedback. It just, I don't know. I remember earning my Beast Lord pet in EQ. It was fun. Yeah. I think it's healthy to have to earn some stuff and not start with everything too. I mean, that's why it is how it is, right? Maybe that's something that could fit into the class quest. Yeah, that could be. It's just it's hard, right? Like I mean, it's possible, it's doable, right? And nothing comes easy, but just like getting that to align with like, not align, but like line up with, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Lining that up with the content people that are doing the quest while I'm overdoing the abilities is the challenge, right? But it is doable. But at this point, it would probably be kind of significant reworks for some of these class quests, and we're not really in the business. I mean, we definitely iterate and we definitely go back and polish, but you have to be kind of pick and choose your battles, especially in the situation that we're in, right? Yeah, but a level 57 pet should be pretty solid, though, no? Like, am I wrong? Or is it not? And then there's also the room for having focus items, right? So maybe you could bring it up to level 58, 59, 60, right? Don't add a mercenary feature like EQ. Just have an area where players can stand and rent themselves out. Yeah, no, we'll never have anything like mercenaries from EQ. If we did, it would be very vastly different. Like, mercenaries from EQ are basically like another player. Or like a very strong pet. It would not be ever. There would never be anything like that. It would have to be something that's like a lot different. Like hiring a merchant or something. But even then, like, I don't know that we're cool with doing that. Renting out player characters sounds funny as hell. Yeah. Where did the racial abilities go? Did you decide to not have, or are they just come in 8 now, no picking? Yeah, so they're in 8 now. Let's actually test that, because it's been a minute since I've actually looked at this. So dwarf. So he's supposed to start with stone form and some other stuff. So let's just. I'm just waiting for the infravision to do anything. Yeah. Well, I mean, it does do something. But it is, depending on your monitor, depending on what your gamma settings are, it's, might not be great. So let's look. Look at what my traits are. So it says traits. Dwarf resistances. Dwarf. Trait fire resistant. Major combat. Okay, so I got my normal stuff. And I've got my dwarf stuff. Oh, Stoneform is missing its icon. Let's see. I have... Look at something real quick. Well, first, let me look at Stoneform over here. Stoneform, there it is. Let me get that added real quick. Why not? A little quick bug fixing. About to Freudian slip some crazy words. Hold on. Stoneform. Okay. Alright, so it's just a trait that needs the updating. Stoneform. Ah, okay. I assigned it the ore icon, apparently. And I guess that's not... What does copper ore use, actually? Uses ore underscore rock underscore saturated underscore material. Do we... Hold on, let's see. So you guys like the heart better? Or do you guys like... Here, let me try to see if I can... Let's see what the ore looks like. Oh. This is the most relatable moment of the stream, messing up data entry. It's hard to see. But there's a little ore thing there. Here, let me pull it into the ability itself so you can see it better. But it should probably be the stone icon, not the ore icon, now that I think about it. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to update that field in the database. It's, the character count is too short for what I was trying to put in there. Do this. That should hopefully work. Sorry, I'm not showing the database right now. Okay. Okay. Alright. Hey, chill out, skeleton. Alright. Quick reload. Hey, Nick, I noticed something different from MM to EQ. There's no ride post. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Yeah, I did question that myself. I don't know if like our parry fills in for that or not, but I'll ask about that again. Well, yeah, that's what it looks like with the ore, but maybe we make it. I mean, let's be honest, it's not a great icon anyways because it's not like a dwarf literally turning into a stone, like. But we don't have that icon yet, to my knowledge. Wait, unless Goblin... Hold on. Did Goblin work on something like that? Maybe there is an icon for this. The heart icon, but in stone. Ah, it's easier said than done right now. Let's do... Let me see. Let me just actually see what the literal stone looks like. stone form. And then it's just, people are gonna be like, why didn't I turn into a stone, man? Let's see, rock underscore material. Deep dwarf face? Yeah. But is it better than the heart, though? That's the question. Alright, so that's what it looks like right now. We're making do with what we got, okay? You know? Alright. Yeah, let's rock a quick giveaway. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. You guys do an exclamation point giveaway. I'm gonna go grab a quick coffee. Off the bed, wife's birthday has officially started, so not sure what we'll be doing tomorrow. Mythos, have a great day with your wife. I hope that she has a pleasant birthday. Tell her I said happy birthday, and hope you have a good night. Sleep well, and thanks for tuning into the stream. But hey, everybody bust a quick exclamation point giveaway in the chat. And I will be right back. I didn't even finish this. What am I doing with my life? I gotta finish this, then I gotta get some more. So then I can finish that too. And then I can press the giveaway button. Then we can yap for a little bit. Dragon USMC! Thank you so much for that giveaway entry slash tier 1 gift. Well, tier 1 subscription, I should say. And you've subscribed for... Oh, okay, yeah, currently on a 6-month stream. Thank you so much for the subscription, and good luck in this giveaway. Straight to the veins. All right, I will be right back. You guys keep doing your giveaway thing, and I will be back momentarily. All right, I'm back. It's time for the giveaway. Welcome back. And holy crap, what's going on here? Got a spike in viewer count there. That's either ad related or some kind of weird botnet coming to get some giveaway action. Dang, you jump scared me. Sorry, Ficti. I apologize for the jump scare. Crazy how that happens. Yeah, that is crazy. That is strange. Keys to real people only? Give me away? No, it's give away, Sean Heidi. And you know that you can have an alpha key whenever you goddamn please. We can't get you on M&M long enough, but we'll have to. I think you'll have fun. You'll have fun out there. Hey Goblin, are you still here? Are you still here by chance? You guys gotta understand, Sean Heidi is like my hype man. He's my second therapist as well. Nick, I put the song in community content. You don't have to read it on stream, but do check it out eventually. Thanks for all your guys' hard work. Hey! I'll check it out, Kuzo. Thank you so much. And, yeah. Thank you. And you're welcome. Twitch chat therapy? No. Discord voice chat therapy, but hey. Jackpot key giveaway, 5x keys. You know what? I'll rock a two. I'll rock a 2 bomber at least on this one. All right. You convinced me, kind of. All right. Entry number 1. Strock followed 10 years ago. Holy. Followed 10 years ago. What? He's an OG. This guy watched me play copious amounts of Heroes of the Storm action, and he's actually a true real one. Either that or he has a time-traveling device of some sort, and he's actually just a huge Monsters and Memories fan. He just didn't know. Like, or like, he knew it, but he bought the Twitch account. That would be crazy. So if somebody bought a Twitch account just to have followed me 10 years ago. But hey, Strock, congrats, man. And let us run that other key. Decap 3030 followed 38 minutes ago. Well, that is 2 opposite ends of the spectrum, folks. Let's do a @Strock @Decap3030. Whisper me your M&M account, email, and Discord. You win. Decap3030 created 2022 8/31. Seems legit. Certified not a bot. Damn, Strock with that. Following since 2015, August 6th. Whew. I don't even think he's here anymore, which is not surprising. He's probably like, what is this? Let me enter a giveaway? Why am I watching this guy again? Adios. Another Haas fan. There are dozens. There are a lot of people who have unfollowed me from the Hots days. I will just say that. And I'm not even sure if like some of them are even like real accounts. Like I feel like Twitch has probably just like deleted a bunch of bot accounts over the years. And I don't know how like rampant like the just random bots, because I myself am somebody who would never engage in that kind of stuff, but yeah, I just wonder like how many bots over the years just like followed or viewed, or you know. But I'm sure a bunch of people were like, okay, well, this guy doesn't exist anymore, or he does and he streamed randomly and now he doesn't stream Heroes of the Storm anymore. Deleted. Good night, Clan Crushbone. I was trying to say something witty about the Clan Crushbone. What is the quote? Let me show you the high power of the Crushbone Oracles. No, Orc Smash, Orc Kill. The Crushbone Orcs don't do that line. That's only Death Fist and the Ice Orcs. Fall before the might of Clan Crushbone. Hail Emperor Crush. You shall have all the Crushbone Orc legions on your tail for my death. But hey, Clan Crushbone, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. Too generic, Zukin. You know, I don't know if they actually say that one. That one orc peon really did bring his gang to avenge him. Yeah. Death to all who oppose to Crushbone Orcs. Yes. Yes. Good one. That is a good one. Guys, I was playing before the night of the playtest. I was logged into EverQuest Project 1999 with my beautiful, beautiful rogue. He's so good. Was doing did a rage fire and did some Seb. Sean Heidi, you're just mad. You're just mad that I didn't come play WoW or something, or do some other stuff, and that I was playing EverQuest with my other friends. But you know, it feels good to log into EverQuest and play it. It really did. But obviously, I know a lot of you are excited for this game, so you don't have to play EverQuest anymore, which is also an acceptable reason. But hey, it does feel good to get in, because it really does kind of remind you what the goal is, right? Like obviously it's a game inspired by EQ. Let's be honest. So to get in there and feel how things are, it definitely helps. Legally distinct, that is correct, yes. Shout out to GM Tam, super awesome work this weekend helping people out and was fun to interact with. Yeah. GM Tam and GM Trent as well are superstars. But yeah, it's nice to have GM Tam around now. And Yeah. Shout out GM Swanee, dude. Swanee, yes, he is a GM, but he is a superstar when it comes to creating our back-end tools. Like, holy. Like, Sean's not kidding when he says, like, well, what do I know? But he's the one who actually knows this. But Sean says he's not kidding when our tools are literally better than what some, like, double or AAA companies have. Like, it's crazy. It's insane. It doesn't make sense. But it happened. I don't know, man. It's just passion. It's passion and talented people coming together for a common goal. It's craziness. It's awesome. That's not a high bar. Most companies have terrible internal tooling. Yeah. If anyone on P99 Green needs some Druid buffs, let me know. I don't need some Druid buffs, but I'll let you know. I should make one of those Amazon wish lists, but instead of it being an Amazon wish list, it'll be like, yeah, this is my P99 Green wish list. That's not RMT, right? That's just asking for handouts, right? Surely that should be fine. But the short list is, I think I need a ring 8 MQ. I need an urn. That's gonna be a tall ask. Can anyone get me an urn from Drusilla, please? What else do I need? Whatever the track is for ring 8, 9, 10. We pretty much throw that in there. What's the other thing that I need? Yeah, basically all I want for my rogue is like the Dane ring, ring 10, and what's it called? The urn. Basically the whole what is the urn? What's the item called? Spirit racked urn. Spirit racked cord. Then my rogue will be bissed out, pretty much. I mean, not completely bissed out, but he'll have all the aura of battle, and that's, let's be honest, that's all that matters. Biss weapons, primal, full aura of battle. You're set. I really love how y'all are like chill people, willing and able to hang with the community. It reminds me of back in the day when GMs would chill with people in the EC tunnel. Devs/GMs are so sanitized and corporate in pretty much every game since WoW. Yeah, it is really fun to be able to just like kind of do whatever we want. I mean, obviously we can't do whatever we want, but we're a lot less like strict about stuff like that. And then yeah, we can, you know, people in the community have agency to do stuff, right? Like, or sorry, people in the team. But yeah. Let me play this again. The board doesn't approve of you fraternizing with the customers. Well, I'm on the board, goddammit, so I'll take it up with the board. Fellow board members. We're not customers yet, so it's all okay. Fair. Is P99 the closest game to M&M I can play until early access? I would say P99 is pretty good. Project Quorum is also a strong alternative, even though it's like a lot more casual friendly and like has a lot more quality of life. It does have a larger low level community, kind of. It's a lot easier to get into. But P99 Green is definitely the more hardcore Slightly lower pop, definitely a lot more top heavy, like raid focused server though, and it's an older server. So I probably recommend Quorum, though P99 is a very close second. Can we get a trade skill feedback section on Discord? Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me make a forum for that. Do you think it would be more beneficial to have individual forums for each trade skill? That might get a little cramped. And I feel like if you're just able to make new posts for different trade skill topics, then that might be the best. Per trade skill, like classes are, please? Do you guys think there will be that much material for like every single thing? Mega thread for each skill? Mega threads are kind of tough. That's why we moved away from the mega threads for classes, because it's like, okay, great. How am I supposed to figure out what anybody is saying about anything? Three Bet Call says, Kungan TV is how I found Eminem. He loves the game and was streaming it all weekend. Three Bet Call, I like your name. You must be a poker player, fellow poker player. And that's awesome, man. I'm a longtime Kungan TV watcher myself. And I was watching him play pretty much the whole weekend as well. So welcome into the stream and welcome into the game and community. We're glad to have you here. And yeah, it's awesome, man. It was really cool to see him streaming, and just the passion for the game that he has. It's so very apparent, and it's so awesome to see. Awesome, dude. Hey, people who are poker players who are also old school EQ and WoW gamers, that's peak. That's like top gameplay action. So yeah, welcome in, man. I think setting it up per skill now future-proofs the Discord into early access, so it's already organized. Yeah. It does future-proof it. So, any Discord wizards out there, is there like a maximum amount of forums that you can create? I could just Google this. Max amount of Discord forums or posts. 1,000 active posts threads across the server. Oh. Are they gonna monetize this eventually where it increases like the thread count? Active post limit 1,000. Archive posts unlimited. Tags maximum of 20. Oh god, you know what I'm dreading? So when I set up the class forums, there seemed to be no easy way to add the tags to each forum, even if you duplicate the forum. So I had to manually enter the tags on each forum for the 18 classes. I was ready to just like, so yeah, any Discord people out there, please make duplicating a forum duplicate all the tags. That would be amazing. I was cooking who won the last giveaway. That was Strock and Decap 3030. Let me get those people added to Alpha real quick. And we gotta get Hrothgar in there as well. Get everybody added so they can play while I'm just yapping away, telling life stories. I'd be down for gambling games at inns or taverns. Yeah, I want wizard poker or like literal poker, or maybe like wizard chess. I don't know. I feel like chess and poker are like the two premier games, but we could also do like in-world stuff, right? Like, that makes sense. Obviously, a lot of people are really fond of the card games from like Final Fantasy 8 and 9, like Triple Triad and the other one. Death roll mechanic. Yes, the death roll mechanics. Gotta have the death rolls. But you could do that already, technically. It's not... You might get a scammer or something, you know what I mean? Alright, Hrothgar should be good. Welcome to the alpha, buddy. And we gotta get Decap 3030 in. Let's get him in. EQ2 has a lottery / gambling, and I think EQ2 had it in the bazaar. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Decap is in. Welcome in. Congrats on the alpha keys, everybody. That won. Most of you not, but congrats to the very few who did. Oh man, so much time in North Temple of Vishan playing gems while Polars got wrecked by flurry drakes. Nice. Very nice. Hopefully you weren't on a cleric in the chain playing gems. But if you were probably a Giga Chad if you were landing all your CHs as well as dominating in gems. You were the warrior main tank. That's okay. That works. Auto attack. Aggro clicky. Gems. Solid rotation. Any updates planned for Spellblade? Just more stuff. Melee abilities that interact with your abilities, more infusions, more nukes, more utility spells. Yeah, just more stuff. I think in terms of their DPS, I was playing a Spellblade, a level 45 Spellblade this weekend, and when I was parsing myself, I definitely felt competitive or maybe even the highest damage in the group. And I was grouped with like a rogue, a ranger, an enchanter, and they weren't charming though. And I was grouped with a bard and a fighter. And I felt like my damage was like equal or better in most cases. Sometimes a little bit lower, but usually higher. Well, they were... No, the enchanter isn't lousy. He was just under-leveled. Kind of hard when you're in like a level 45 group that's killing mobs that are 45 plus and you're trying to charm stuff as a 40. How do you run your numbers for parse? Well, it just so happens that we have a parser for developers only. So that's how I run them. Best race for Spellblade? Good question. Not sure. I like getting a lot of dex on Spellblade for sure, as well as strength. And then any kind of racials that might be relevant as a Spellblade. Depends if you're on PvE or PvP. Only 2 options for Spellblade right now, I think. Is that true? Yeah, there's... Well, Dwarf, Human... Is that it? Dwarf. Oh no, Gnome as well. So, Dwarf, Human, Gnome. So what is Gnome looking like? Spellblade, stats. 22 base, dex. Dwarf. 21. Human. 19. Oh, Gnome. Gnome the play, actually? But then your strength is low, right? But what is Dwarf strength? 19. And your intelligence... Well, Human is always the correct choice. Yeah, I usually play human. I like human a lot. Like, who wouldn't want this mustache? This is a god tier mustache. Look at this guy. Look at this absolute Chad. Why is there no cat girl race? Goblin's still working on concepting those, so you know. Surely they'll come eventually. Surely you only play human because lizards aren't in yet. Actually, Zukin, yeah. What the heck? Let's get the lizards going so I can actually play a lizard. Dude, lizards are gonna be amazing. We got the ref for the city too, if we're still going that direction. I like that. Sean, Heidi, probably never on that. I know you're disappointed. You really want the anime stuff in, but please give lizards Inquisitor. I'm begging. Ooh, I like that idea. I don't know if we've ever talked about the races for lizardmen because they weren't originally planned. But Lizard Inquisitor, that does sound really, really cool. I will say this right now. No matter what anybody says, there will be lizard enchanters. There's just no way around it. Lizard enchanter is gonna be a thing. Period. So having an Inquisitor makes a lot of sense in my mind. And the reason why I'm so adamant about Lizard Enchanter being a thing is because, I mean, it's Zukin's race, everybody. He literally identifies as a lizard. And he identifies as an enchanter. So if he isn't able to play Lizard Enchanter, then we have completely messed up. And we should question our very existence. This stream, the only way to get alpha keys. No, there. So occasionally some of the other guys will do an alpha key giveaway. There's obviously also the random chance. Make sure everybody has opted in to beta. We can also pull these now for alpha. But hey, let me give you that link. Sign up. Send us to all your friends. Send us all your family. Let's get those opt-ins going up. Number go up. Always a good thing. Lizard Enchanter is cool. It fits the lizard people conspiracy theories. Yes. And we will have to play into those. Those are always fun. Have the lizardmen been concepted at all? What kind of lizards are you considering as the base? They have. There's a couple different iterations of the concept, I think. Zukin, is there like a specific one that we're looking at now, or is there something I could pull up, or you could send me to pull up? If not, then we'll just say no. But cool, demon Pythias. Thanks, Sean Heidi. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you guys actually read the closed testing requests, or you just accept a few at random? I definitely have been reading some of them, and I'm probably gonna like Oh man, this would be such a fun way, such a fun like stream content thing. If I could just like hide everybody's email somehow and just be like, all right, guys, what do you guys think of these reasons? It'd be like ban appeals, you know, but closed testing appeals. That'd be so fun. Winterfoot 42, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Read some of them out loud. Not today, but maybe. Yeah, I appreciate the Prime. Thanks again, Sean, for pointing out that people can press the Twitch Prime sub button to Prime for free. Oh, it's so nice. Rusty 1154, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Send your Bezo bucks in. That's right. I don't know about closed testing feels because it could be a big feels bad if a person gets denied on stream. Yeah. All these ideas sound great on paper, but then if you take a moment to think through the logic of things, then it's like, yeah, no, it doesn't feel good. Icarus, thank you for the Prime, buddy. And thank you for all your takes. I appreciate them. That's a good idea. It might be too personal. Yeah, it was a fun idea on paper, but we got to keep some semblance of professionalism here. You know, we are trying to run a game, trying to run a company. As much as I want to do some off-the-wall streamer content stuff, yeah, it's... Death to Gnomes, thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that.
Death to Gnomes just cheered 100 bits.
And the Ogre, thank you for the tier 1. I also appreciate that greatly. Thank you so much, guys, for all the support. Thank you. And thank you for the hype train. If you read appeals out on stream, then my guild will know I care about them and aren't just using them for experience grinding statics. True. But hey, if they ask if you're doing that, then I'll just tell them that you aren't. I believe you. You can't have that happen and ruin your image. Yeah. Night 1995. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Welcome into the stream. So how far away are we from High Elves? Definitely probably past Module 2, Module 3. So it's gonna be a little bit. I know there's some really big High Elf fans out there, and sorry to let you down a little bit, but it's gonna be a little while on High Elves, unless like early access like extremely pops off, and then like for some reason we're able to do like 4 modules like at once for some reason, and then there might be a different story. So it's all gonna. Currently, it's slated for a little bit later in early access. But you never know what happens, right? Dr. Funman Chu, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. Glad you're enjoying the stream. If the high elf city is lit, I'll be happy. Well, I mean, they are high elves, so naturally it's going to be pretty litty in there. High elves, deep elves. Yeah, they are all Soskins. Is the High Elf City going to rival Night Harbor? Lore-wise, it kind of hints that High Elves have some bougie stuff. Yeah, I would say they're pretty bougie. I mean, they're High Elves, right? They're all snobby. They're all, you know, all those good things. 50! Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Shrimp by Poobles. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Well, you've been here, but hey, thanks again, man. I appreciate you. And those other 12 gift subs. Holy man, you're so generous tonight and always. Level 2 hype train, let's go. Yeah. Are they high elves or high elves? Well, I think we pretty much established, you know, what that is. So you didn't even do it for an alpha key. That is respectable. That is extremely respectable. I appreciate that. Since we're talking about future races, how are Deep Elves coming? Was hoping they could sneak in for EA launch. They probably could sneak in for EA launch. In fact, there are Deep Elves in the game this very moment, available during the public playtest. However, it is not to be, as far as I know. We will be launching that with Module 1. I wouldn't say that it would be possible to do it, because there's still a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done, I'm sure. I don't want to speak for Zukin, but I'm assuming that's the case. There's a lot of polish to be done, because when it becomes a player race, it's a lot different than a NPC race, right?
M_E_K_S_ just cheered 500 bits.
Meeks, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you. It's very generous of you. And I like how your name is kind of already like a natural text-to-speech, like mouth explosion, essentially. You don't even have to have text-to-speech enabled. You're already griefing me. But no, it is not a grief. It's a very generous donation. So thank you so much. Will there be frog? I'm not going to even finish that word because, A, I'm not trying to get sued, but there may be some legally distinct frog men and women, or potentially, in the game. But as far as that other suffix goes, no, absolutely not. I would much prefer a polished experience than an MVP. Yeah, and that's what we've always kind of gone for, right? We could have launched the game like a long time ago, but would that have been good? No. So that's why even now we're like pushing the game to June, right? Like, we want our vertical slice, our MVP, our early access launch to be one of the best goddamn early access launches you ever played. So hopefully we're able to really hit on that, and that people are just excited and pumped and have lots of content to do, and then we come out with more content and you're like, oh my god, this ups the ante, there's more cool content. So yeah, we really want early access to just be a solid experience. It's standalone on its own and just feel good. Mosquito people. I don't know, man. Mosquito people, that just sounds like I'd be annoyed by that. I'd be like, I'm not grouping with any mosquito people. Sorry. Fungi race. Maybe play as an NPC. I don't know about as a playable race, but yeah. Play as an NPC for sure. You will be there for launch. Awesome, evil penguin lord. Appreciate that. When EA comes around, I want to get all my friends a free month sub to try the game. Oh, yeah. So that is one thing you guys can do as, if you want to peer pressure your friends into the, oh my god, Separo Maturi. Thank you so much for 20 tier 1 gift subs. Holy crap, dude. Thank you. That is extremely generous of you. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Welcome in. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Glad you're enjoying the content. Glad you're enjoying the game. And I appreciate that a lot. And people are so nice. Holy crap. All right. Was I answering a question? Talking about the mosquito race, fungi race. Are you looking to have sideways progression in the game, similar to AA or other loops to work on to have longer term engagement? Yeah, horizontal progression content is definitely some of the idea there, right? Like, you have the level locked encounters, you've got the Worm's Bane armor, stuff like that is kind of some of the horizontal content we're gonna do. There's also other kind of stuff that can be kind of considered horizontal content. And then in terms of like alternate advancement systems, I don't know that we want to like copy like AA's like wholesale. Like, I think there's some other cool ideas to kind of maybe work on that. Like, other games that have come out recently have like cool ways of like leveling up like different like items or abilities, or gaining different abilities through alternate progression. So I think we can think about it and see what makes sense for us, and then kind of integrate something there that's really cool. So yeah, no plans for AA at launch, EA launch at least. But long term, you never know what we might do and what other like cool systems or progression that you can kind of engage in. Saparo Maturi, thank you also for the Prime as well. Thank you so much for all of your kind generosity. I appreciate it. And yeah, welcome in, man. Keep doing your thing. I will keep doing my thing, as long as I'm able to. Just hopefully for the rest of my life. Please add a filter that lets us turn off pet sounds. The ghoul groaning and dog barking is slow torture, and my group mate made me change to Skelly Pet from using ghoul. Let me make a note about that, and we can talk to Robert and Douglas about that. Pet shush. Is there a way, or going to be a way, to turn off the "this ability is not ready" spam when I'm smashing my buttons? Yeah, Ficti, I was actually going over that earlier. I could show you real quick how to handle that right now. So when you hop in the game, you'll have like your two chat windows, right? Combat spam will go here, chat spam will go here. But if you really want to get all that junk out, I would recommend a third window, and we may add this as a default. But what you want to do is, from the main chat windows, you want to remove, so system, error, and warning. Turn those off in these windows. Add them to a third window. So then, you see that? All your error spam will go to something here. And really, I think what WoW did was just make this a static, like, kind of invisible window here, and then that's exactly where they put the error spam. So maybe someday we could just, like, make the window invisible or something, and then you'll be able to, like, kind of copy that if you wanted to. And then like make it fade fast or whatever. But in general, what I do is, let me move my camera. Whoa! I'm in the middle here. All right. I usually do this. I have like my chat window, and then I have some like error spam like right above it, and I also put my who's in there as well. Like I do. Oh, yeah, that's a bad example, but I put like my who in there. And then I take it out of... Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, and then you could also do tabs. Yeah, I'm not a tab gamer. I don't know why. I'm not used to it yet. Once I get, like, set up how I really want to, I just, like, I don't know. Alright. I'm floating in the abyss. We gotta go back. We're back. Back in the corner. Hey, Azaleel's in here. Is he AFK or is he doing something? Is this where Sean was standing on stream and then he logged out with his computer on? Is this where he was earlier? Yeah, this is Westgate. Oh, well, I mean, this is the garrison by Westgate. Ground level. Time to GM port them to a fun spot. Turn into a dragon, gobble gobble. I had my UI reset a couple times during the weekend. Any idea what causes that? Oh god, that might be due to some UI changes that we made. I don't know if it's resolved or not. Did you crash by chance, or like close the game in a bad manner? Because whenever you make UI changes, I would recommend like cleanly camping out, closing the game. No, but also reset. You might want to try... What's it called? Let me look. Let's see, I gotta find encrypts messages about this. Reset? Delete, maybe? There's like a file you had to delete. But I don't know if that's required anymore. But if that occurred, then maybe it is required. Sorry, I don't know where it is. Trying to find it. Oh. Yeah. I guess one thing you can do is delete your, like, some of the stuff in app data. Like, here, let me look real quick. Oh, I don't have display capture on. Let me pull this up first. See users data. We really need to put it in somewhere better than app data. App data is kind of challenging to find. Okay, so what you might need to do... You may want to delete, like, settings.json, like, if you're getting like that reset thing and you're not worried about like possibly deleting some of your settings, then these would be the files to maybe delete. Potentially also stuff in here. I don't. Oh, windows.json, chess.json. I don't know. If you're brave and you're really desperate, then I would say delete some of the files in here. That would potentially assist, but I can't guarantee it will help or not. But yeah. The scroll up may have figured it out. It might be caused by making a new character. Oh, yeah. Wait. Making a new character with the same name? Or... Yeah, you can always make backups, too. Exactly. If you're brave and desperate to delete some of these files, sounds like bad news. I had a friend who... Bless him. He used to come over to my house and play EverQuest on my computer. But whenever we'd go over to his house and we'd be on his computer, he'd be like, oh man, I'm running out of hard drive space. Let me delete these like DLL files in my System32 folder. They gave me, like, I was young at the time, but I knew like that's a no-no, right? And like, I was like, no, dude, you're not supposed to do, like, come on, man, what are you doing? Like, why is your computer's not working? You're deleting these files, dude. Yeah, you don't need those. They're just junk. Taking up some extra space. Just download some RAM. But yeah, no, he was my best friend growing up, and the first time, I hadn't even done an EverQuest all-nighter. But he came to my house, slept over, and he played EverQuest all night. I remember waking up on my living room couch and being like, this dude is still playing EverQuest. That is impressive. He poop-socked before me, and I was the one with the account. He just poop-socked to poop-sock, man. Like, he was just in it to win it, dude. Ever cracked for a reason, yeah. And he plays on P99 green now, and he leveled my warrior. So my warrior, I had a warrior alt, a meme warrior alt, that I got Sleeper's Tomb keyed at like level 15 or something. And then I got like 7 different primal weapons on it. And then I think we threw like a fungi and a cloak of flames on it. And then I was just like, yeah, go crazy if you want to level it up. So he leveled it up to 60. Then he raid geared it, and he got it a spirit racked cord. Like, I don't even know, dude. I can't wait to eventually play that warrior in a raid and be a DPS meme warrior though. I'm gonna get to 100 parse on DPS warriors on P99 green. Can't believe Nick botted using a friend in EQ. No, he played his own character on the account. I think he may have messed around with my character, but usually I told him it was off limits because I was like, yeah, no, dude, you're probably gonna just die and lose me a bunch of XP, lose my corpse. So pretty much he just played on his character on my account, which was also a druid. We both had druids. And then he later did make a druid on P99 green, but then he also did Ixar Shadow Knight, and I think he was like one of the first people to get green mist on green. Like, not the first, but among the first. Or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I'm sitting here with multiple raid gear tunes and feeling attacked. Hey, don't feel attacked. If Monsters and Memories and my children didn't exist, then I would probably still be playing P99 green and still be gearing out characters. One of my last plans was I had a Zlandikar talisman, and I was gonna put it on a level 5 Ixar monk, get him keyed, and then get him a primal. But that didn't come to fruition, unfortunately, before I quit. But my goal was to just get a primal on a level 5 monk for no reason. Because you can't even proc it, but it's a nice weapon, right? There's just been like a total meme character. No one should have to deal with P99 United Nations. Yeah, the UN is like... It's too much. It's too much. It's putting too much, like... To play the P99 raid game, now you must interact with our Discord server. Like, come on, bro. Like, I get its purpose, but ain't nobody want to interact with that. Well, there are some people that want to interact with it, and it is a source of, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's not what you think. It's not what you think. It's actually, okay, retention. That is not the word you guys thought I was going to say. But the day-to-day drama of Project 1999 is the retention mechanic that some people need. Like, people want to keep logging in and beating their rivals. Like, SEAL Team Kingdom, everybody. Like, come on. That's a rivalry. Or was a rivalry. Like, people want to log in and be petty and talk shit, win dragons. Like, that's part of the fun, right? But when it comes to, like, oh, now we have to write Google documents and interact with each other in this, like, weird Discord channel. Yeah, it's part of the retention for some, but a lot of people, it's just like, okay, I'm outie. Now, that being said, P99 has done the best job of making a classic experience, so I don't want them to take this as like a negative. They have done a great job. That's just one take that I have, right? But yeah. What is this game about? This game is about killing monsters and making memories, essentially. It's a classic old school independent developed MMORPG that harkens back to the late 90s, early 2000s, and it's open world. It's got a retro art style, but uses modern lighting and graphics. It's well, modern lighting and a modern game engine. And really what it is about is like, it's a social game. It's about working together. The min-max of this game is working with other people, socializing with other people. It's about overcoming the harsher world and obstacles and systems in the game. There's no map. You have to use landmarks like this castle in the distance, or this city in the distance. It has very long draw distance, so you can really utilize landmarks instead of maps for traveling. It's about family, that's right. Nick, you need one of those pre-recorded terms and condition blub banks when you call them anytime someone asks. Pop the exclamation point disclosure and audio loop kicks in. Yeah. I'm assuming M&M is considered a true sandbox and that scamming is allowed. Not exactly. Defrauding GMs, very bad thing to do. Do not defraud GMs. And then, scamming your fellow gamer is also not very allowed, to my knowledge. So yeah, don't do any scamming, don't do any cheating, botting, boxing if you're on a no-box server. We're gonna be looking for you guys. We know some of you guys are macroing. We know some of you guys are using auto hotkey. We can see it. We know. We're putting you on the shit list, and we're gonna be keeping an eye on you. And as soon as the game rolls around, you're not gonna want to be banned on day one, guys. You're not gonna want to be banned on day one. So just lay off the auto hotkey, lay off the any kind of boxing shenanigans. We'll be watching for you for that. And you know, if you see something, say something, right? Like, there's gonna be a vigilant citizenry looking for you. So, old Saint Nick knows if you're naughty or nice. That's right. Had the opportunity to get to know the actual people in my party rather than slog the instant dungeon queue for modern MMOs where the goal is to just finish and never talk. Yeah, exactly. Boxing is allowed on the servers that it is allowed on, Ficti. So we're gonna, at launch, we're gonna have at least one boxing allowed server, at least one boxing not allowed server, and then at least one PvP server. And the PvP server is actually gonna be no boxing allowed, because that is what the small but passionate PvP community has requested. And that's also what ended up feeling good internally. My initial thought was like, hey, let's make it a boxing server because it's the only server. Maybe this makes more sense, but we can see if the future PvP servers, it makes more sense to do that or not. We'll see when the next PvP server comes along. By the way, guys, thanks for all the follows and subs and donations and everything. I greatly appreciate it. And speaking of, why not run a quick little giveaway action? Not necessarily because of all of the support, but just because we acknowledge and love our community. Let's do it. Let's get it going. Exclamation point giveaway, everybody. Do the things. Let's see the numbers go up on the viewer count. You know, the bots activate. Everyone. Mr. Destructoid in chat, if you're real or fake. I'm seeing some movement. We went up four viewers, I think. Some people are just lurking and Twitch stops counting them. Yeah. I wonder how many of you are actually here. So if you hear my voice, click into the tab that I am currently on. Give it focus. Let's see those numbers pop up for a second. Now, the tab, the browser, the window. Maximize it. Uh-oh, the numbers are going up. 239. I'm giving you the biggest compliment. You're on my main screen. Nice, Philzy. Thank you. You don't main screen anyone? That's fair, that's fair. I'm not really a main screen stream guy either. I always have it on one of my side monitors. You got Nick on the big screen TV. I'm feeling a little self-conscious now. I gotta like shrink down my camera now so I don't feel so self-conscious. You know? I gotta shrink. All right. Bring that back up. All right. You've got the kids and popcorn. Sean, Heidi, you have neither of those things. What are you talking about, dude? Actually, if you have popcorn, I'd be super jealous. Because I'm a popcorn fanatic these days. Do you have a specific DPS targets you're designing for each class relative to one another? I do. So Archer, Rogue, Archer, Wizard is generally considered like the S tier. A tier, I would say, is like Monk, Spell... Well, Monk for sure. I guess Spellblade. Potentially Elementalist. Like, potentially Necro. B is like... Beastmaster? I don't know. Like, maybe Spellblade and Beastmaster are on the same tier. B is like... I don't know, Knights and... Rangers... Like, all right, let's kind of break it down, right? Like, the top tier DPS classes are always going to be the pure physical DPS. So, like, Fighter, Archer, Rogue, Monk are going to be high up there. Now, other hybrid DPS classes are going to be in the fray, but they're either not going to scale as well as the pure classes, or they're going to be a little bit more utility heavy and not bring as much damage. So, Spellblade, Ranger, Archer, Spellblade, Ranger, Beastmaster. Did I say Ranger? Those are gonna kind of be in the mix. But in general, I would say like Fighter and Monk are either equal or above those slightly. But, you know, that is going to depend on what level you are. It's going to depend on various power spikes. It's going to depend on gear. It's going to depend on gameplay. But in general, like, Rogue, Archer, Wizard is meant to be real good. Shadow Knight is meant to be the highest damaging of the Knights. So Knights are hybrid tanks. Shadow Knight, Inquisitor, Paladin. But those are below, so those are like, what, C tier at this point? And then healers can be pretty high up, because Druid gets Charm. That's pretty huge, right? But in general, healers are kind of lower. Sorry, I lost internet connection right after I asked that last question. Never heard your response if you responded. What was the question, Blessed Gaming? Let me look. I hope it wasn't the DPS one. Can you show what armor sets look like on your dwarf? Like which armor set? How about this one? Thank God for that big beard, or else you'd see all my pudge. It's like, here, let's do like steel. Oh, I guess. Here's some chain. Looking for here. Okay, that's all showing. So there's some chain. I don't know if that's what you wanted, but hey. Looks like Gimli in a night dress. Will we get beardless dwarves? Will they have social penalties with other dwarves? Beardless dwarves are kind of a tough sell. There is a bug that sometimes they appear beardless. I think your beta invite got lost in the mail. Yeah, well, beta kind of got lost in the mail. Beta isn't coming out till March now, so it is what it is, you know. But I'm thinking I'm feeling a lot. I'm feeling kind of festive, so I may activate some of the guild betas, people. Feeling a little bit festive, so if you really want to get my attention with the beta guild lists, then send me a DM with your with the list. Like, that's it. Just send me the list. No other thing, just a list or a link to a list. But yeah, just that. No other spam, please. Sag, but for you guys, we'll wait. NWC and my wife, the only ones I wait patiently for. I appreciate that. G-Camos, bro. That's right. That's right. Being part of a guild may get you in. That is true. And not only that, being part of a guild in this kind of game is just the way to go. You gotta be in a guild. You want to play this game with friends, or you want to play this game in a guild. You want to make friends in game. You want to, you know, find a guild in game potentially. Even if you don't have any friends to play with or guild to play with coming into it. And I promise you'll have a good time if you find a guild or friends. I'm always weird about guilds. I try to find them organically rather than respond to an ad. Yeah, that's fair, but, you know, responding to an ad is better than never finding one organically, or taking too long to find one organically, right? Because maybe you churn from the game because you don't find one organically soon enough, and then you miss out on all the fun you could have had. I definitely can be a bit of a weirdo myself when it comes to, like, playing with people or like playing with guilds. Like, I don't know, I'm like social and antisocial. That's weird. I don't know. But like the whole P99 green experience, like, definitely took me out of my comfort zone a little bit, and like having to sign up and do like a whole interview process, and like, you know, sometimes I just want to play the game, but I do appreciate it. And the times I had on P99 Green were some great gaming memories, and but yeah. Night Harbor looks so weird without the piles of corpses and hundreds of people killing all the NPCs. Yeah. There are so many nights, so many days and nights where I'm just in here by myself, you know? Over the years. Years and years ago, when barely anybody cared about the game. Just sitting in here, you know? Little old me. Just kind of having a grand old time in here by myself. I can't tell you how many, like, fighter level 1 to 5s or, like, level 1 to 3s I did. Like, okay, let's see how the balance feels today. Okay, cool. Ollie, this, and this was experienced. Okay. Let me change it. Now test it again. Okay. Come back in here with a new fighter. Level 1 to 3. Boom, boom, boom. Like, so. Imagine how much more fun it would be if we all got keys. It would be a lot more fun. But it's going to be even more fun when the game it enters an even more polished and complete state and fun state, balanced state, and then everybody's in here. The game's performing well. There's tons of people joining the game. There's tons of people subscribing. Everything is going good. Content is coming out. People are getting paid for their efforts, and just everything is going to be so much better. So I forgot about the giveaway again. All right. Yeah. Let's do it. I'm just a yapper. I can't help it, guys. I'm excited. Icarus. Interesting there. I swear I didn't turn on any like there's no bonus if you like prime or anything like that. So congrats. I've flirted with the idea of making the legs on dwarves slightly longer, making the dwarves slightly taller. Thoughts? Interesting one, Goblin. Let's talk about it in Slack. Hey, Goblin, I did have a question for you. I was looking at some of the, Are these starting to become a little bit too pronounced? These little edges? Call me crazy, but I think these may be becoming a little bit too pronounced, but I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. Oh, okay, so this is gonna get changed. Yeah, so this was just something we were testing, and we're gonna revert or like make it look more natural. All right, so let me since there was 2 life stories, I'm gonna hit another winner here. Icarus and it's DC. What? All the people who like people who I recognize in the chat are winning. No offense to anybody who's won before, because a lot of you I've recognized as well, but 2 back-to-back recognized people is that's cool, man. That's cool. All right, so Icarus and it's DC. Whisper me your M&M account, email, and Discord. Keep getting them sidetracked, guys, so we get more giveaways. Remember me, Nick? We go way back. It's an appropriate name, too. Futuristic Past. It sounds so familiar. It sounds very familiar. I don't stalk you, Nick, because not being able to play makes me sad, and loving you just for access seems wrong. That's fair. I respect that. I do respect that. So Goblin says it will be less noticeable and much nicer when fixed. Bjorn already pushed something I think on dev, might be wrong. Well, this is dev, so maybe not. But maybe it's coming still. Dude, this is the best part of being a dwarf. Dual barrel roll. Okay. welcome. It's DC. Let me get you guys added. All right. Let's see here. Copy pasta. Very nice Discord name. It's DC. Very, very nice. Like it. Let's see what else. Okay, you're all set. Let's get Icarus in. Okay. All right, you're both set to go. I think it might be the animation not getting the most out of the length of the legs while standing. It looks great. Yeah, I see what you're saying about the... I do see what you're saying, for sure. It looks like he doesn't have legs. It's basically his feet are attached to his torso. But it's still cool. Like, it's obviously stylized. It's I mean, you could see the legs. I'm being stupid, but wait, there's dwarf sound effects now? Since when? I wonder if these are used on anything else. Or if this is, like, dwarf specific. Oh, I should be able to take damage. Oh, there is a little bit of a sound there. Maybe it doesn't play every time. Yeah. Wait, whenever I get stunned, it doesn't play. Okay. Oh, no, never mind. Alright. Time for the moment of truth. Your sound guy is crushing it lately? Yeah, so we added a sound guy. Obviously Robert has been composing music and doing sound for us, but we added an additional sound guy now. So that's been cool. Sounds have felt very good so far. Very good to hear that. Rip to a real one, yeah. You death touch. Your death touch hits you for lots of damage.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
The coin sound activates my neurons. Does it? Hold on. Do we have that now? Oh. You have it. Now, is that do you think the sound balance on that was a bit low? Hold on, let's mute the music for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. The coin sound sounds like marbles rather than coins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Needs to be a touch higher.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds like coins to me. Blessed Gaming, what was your question again? I gotta check. I can't see your other messages for some reason, so I don't have your question. Is there any random encounter system planned? What is a random encounter system? Is that like a random encounters? I don't. Probably not, but
Yeah. Yeah.
we want like handcrafted content. So if we were to make like a random encounter system, it would probably not. Either we'd have to handcraft a whole ton of crap, or which would probably be fine.
Yeah.
Or we'd have to like do some kind of like generative thing, right? Like, or more generic feeling stuff, and that might not feel good, right? And also we want like the encounters and stuff that you do to feel thematic to the areas and whatnot. So I could see it being a case where like it just doesn't like feel good or feel right or fit what you're supposed to be doing, right? Blessed Gaming, it's kind of not preferable to do that just because like I've turned away a lot of people already for already winning. So I would say probably not, but who knows? Like if people are, I mean, if I don't know, it's gonna be hard to police because like the old streamer giveaway thing had the ability to kind of watch out for that stuff, but the new one doesn't. I don't know. I would say, yeah. Either do, like, if you feel like it makes sense, then do it. If it doesn't, then don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Will closed testers be getting friend invites? Yeah, I'm not sure how we're gonna be distributing those. And like who gets what and what the plan is for that, but we do have the ability to give friend invites, and it may be the case. So that was the other thing I want to check on for the beta invites. the guild beta invites. I may have to...
Yeah.
have the beta guild invites done through like the friend invite system. Any planned particle effects / animations for leveling up? Not planned, but that doesn't mean that we won't do it. A lot of that stuff, like, I mean, obviously a lot of stuff is planned, but sometimes, like, somebody's just cooking, right? And they're like, hey, I cooked up this or that. Like, what do you guys think? And then it kind of just gets added. So, yeah, maybe. It's possible. Definitely more effects than, like, visual effects than, like, actual effects. I think based on the nature of the game, like, I don't know that we should do a, like, full heal, full mana, like, thing when you level up.
Yeah.
Just because, like, people are going to be power leveling and, like, I don't know, it just might feel weird to, like, constantly be full health, full mana. It's, like, it's not WoW. It's a slower paced game, so... but the sound effect and the visual effect, that could change or be added. I need to shine like a neutron star when I level up. That's pretty, that's a lot. Alright, let me test this guild beta thing. I want to see if this works. I want to see if the friend invite thing works. We're gonna test it. Because somebody did message me about the guild in beta invites, so we're gonna see. Let's see how this works. Live on stream. Do I have to apply for open beta? So what you're gonna want to do is go to this very link. Sign up. Do that thing. But yeah, that'll help. You keep saying my name. What's up, SW Marco Polo? Hey Nick, are you getting pushback about letting more people into alpha? No, not really. People are just kind of cool with me doing most things. I give myself some pushback about letting more people into alpha. I'm like, hey Nick, is it really a good idea to be adding so many people to alpha right now? Is it really a good idea to do, you know, X, Y, and Z? Like, I do have, like, an inner monologue with myself sometimes. What planned content are you most excited for the players to see/test? This is gonna be my task of the week, I feel. Getting this guy ready. So I'm very excited about this place. Very also excited about Rothold, which is our dungeon releasing in Module Uno. So, that'll be a cool place. I'm also excited about the Expedition stuff. I'm excited about some of the kind of unannounced, like, secretive stuff that we have been kind of holding close to the chest. There's some really cool, kind of unique feeling stuff in there. Basically dungeons that we weren't planning for early access that are now getting some work done and getting completed. But yeah, that'd be kind of my answer. Mostly content. Like, I mean, obviously you ask content, but like dungeons for sure. Nick, if you look back to like 2 to 3 years ago, did you ever think there would be this much interest into getting into a beta for this game you were crafting? If so, how does it feel to create something that brings people so many people joy? It's the best feeling in the entire world. I've wanted to make a game like this since I was a teenager. I am now a 37-year-old man. And, well, look at me. I mean, kind of got the... Anyways, yeah, no, it's the best thing in my life, really. Besides my family, my wife and my kids. Other than that, this is the greatest thing. And because I wanted to have a game like this, I wanted to play a game like this, and I wanted to see it done the right way. So at least at the end of the day, I can feel satisfied with like, hey, I feel pretty confident about most of the decisions that we made. I feel happy about this game that I helped create and, you know, was an integral part of from the very beginning. Like, that feels amazing. There's no way around it. You're not on that list, Sean, Heidi. Yeah, you know what? We'll have to put you in the special thanks part of the credits, all right? And then we may have to remove you later if you go off the deep end. But other than that, yeah, you're very welcome, Stinzo, and it feels very good to be part of it. And no, like, there were so many years of development, like especially early on, where we're just like, hey, we're making this cool game. It's like very niche. Like, yeah, it's gonna be a small game, small team, small community. Like, we don't know how big this thing is gonna get, but I feel like it's getting to a point where it's like, yeah, it's still gonna be very much a niche game, but it is gonna do better than most people, potentially even ourselves, thought it was gonna do, right? The team is bigger than we ever thought it'd be. The quality of the game is better than we ever thought it would be. The amount of content is higher than we probably thought it would be. Like, there's just a lot of different things that were kind of unexpected. But it like, it's really, I think, a testament to the mission and the goals, the integrity, the staying true to what we're doing, and building the game the right way, doing things the right way, handling in the business plan the correct way. Like, I'm super excited and overjoyed that anyone cares about us. But for so many of you to care about us and want to play the game and be a part of the community, it's magical for sure. So thank you to everybody for supporting the game and being part of the community. I'm going to be notifying my 100 guildmates to come play when EA launches. Can't wait. Thanks, Valentis. I appreciate that. Alright, let us test this guild beta invite thing. Let me see here. The new weapon sound effects are pretty beefy too, maybe a bit heavy. You think? I could see it potentially, yeah. I mean, always free to, I mean, make a comment or give feedback in the Slack, Goblin. But yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't really get bothered by them, but maybe I'm just too used to the old sound effects that I was so like, hey, I'm totally cool with this. Yeah, if it's something that is worth discussing, definitely bring it up. This game feels like what I thought MMOs were like when I first heard about them as a kid. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us, this is what we thought MMOs would kind of evolve into. It definitely took a different path, and but yeah, it's cool. It's very cool to see a game like this in 2025. Yeah, that's the plan. Viper is a slight visual effect, but also better personal buff tracking, especially short-term personal buff tracking. Ideally, I want to have like a kind of, and now people are gonna kind of cringe at me saying this word, but like kind of weak aura, like where you basically, it's not weak auras from WoW. It's not like that, but it is like a little buff icon that will give you like the personal duration of like a short-term buff. So you can track your short-term buffs. Pretty much it, right? So your supplication. Yeah, people are saying no weak aura already. Like, that's not... I shouldn't have said the word. But you know what I mean, right? Like, personal buff tracker. That is short duration. Because, like, otherwise you got to pull down your whole buff bar, and then trying to look at your whole buff bar for that one ability is terrible. Like Bard's Song window? Kind of, yeah. It would basically be a secondary buff window that you can whitelist what buffs you see in there. Potentially with, like, better duration tracking. Like, hold on, let me make campfire. Needs a trigger warning before using weak aura word? Yeah, I know. I already knew. Like... Oh, go away, Rain. What am I doing? So this is like a really bad example, but like... let me scale this down. Now imagine rested is your supplication. Or imagine it's your battle cry. Or imagine it's your legally distinct avatar buff. You know what I mean? Like... Skeleton with cracked staff? Where? Gotta get him. Ooh. Huge. Tunic, double bone chip, and a cracked staff? Holy. Okay. Hey, but hey, hold on a second. Let's... That is a little bit quiet. The looting is a little bit quiet, but UI sound seems a lot more like louder. So yeah, let me make a little counter. Looting and coin looting seem a little quiet compared to other UI sounds. That was a huge skeleton. So why did Eminem go with the 100 coin system versus 10 coin system of EQ? To make each denomination feel like more valuable and like longer lasting. Because it kind of, in EverQuest, it doesn't last too long, you know what I mean? Only platinum mattered, yeah. Alright, let's see here. All right, let's test this beta opt-in thing. Grant invites. Ooh, the power. The power is in your hand. Number of invites to grant. Okay. Well, that seemed to have worked, folks. So I should just grant one of you like 100 invites just for fun, you know? I'm sure the team will be totally cool with that. Shrimp by Poobles, don't worry. If you win the next key, you'll know because you've already entered the giveaway. What's the numerical cap for stats? I don't know if we're giving away that information. If there's a cap, if there's not a cap, what the stat cap is, if we are doing that. Some of the stuff we keep close to the chest. What's the acrobatic skill do? It's there to govern like certain abilities that use acrobatics, but I don't know that it actually does do that. Like, it doesn't like make you better or worse at like feign death or anything like that currently. But it is what the ability is assigned to skill-wise. So in certain cases it might like do something, but I'm pretty sure in most, if not all, it doesn't. Reduce fall damage would be nice. Yeah, we've got a safe fall in now, and that actually does work and is relevant to all that stuff. Can you explain how block works in this game? On my Inquisitor, I noticed a few block messages in the log. I mean, you train it. You passively use it. It's based off of your dodge skill. Depending on your skill level of dodge, it goes up to like a certain amount. But I believe it just subtracts damage. Like either, I don't know if it's every hit or just periodically, if it has to roll a chance to do it. But yeah, I'm not the best one to ask how block works under the hood. I'm gonna be honest. But oh, not based on dodge. Sorry, based on block skill. It's based on block skill, not dodge skill. And it's also probably based on some stat from your shield, maybe AC. Probably AC. So it's probably some combination of how good your shield is, how good your skill and block is. The strength govern damage blocked in any way? Not that I'm aware of, but I also don't want to really give away any information about some of that stuff. Unless we decide as a team to do that. Which we probably will. We did give some info out, but it really needs a second pass because some of the information is not quite accurate, and then there is some information missing if we want to also disclose that other information. So yeah, that's another discussion and thing to be done.
Yeah.
Shadow Knight more strength, stamina, and int based now, or what? I mean, it really depends, right? Like, strength, stamina, and int are all pretty good and relevant stats for Shadow Knight. But, I mean, other stats could be relevant too for different things. Int does matter on SK, yes. Should. I mean, maybe not as much as some of the other stats, but it depends on what your playstyle is and, you know, what abilities in the future may leverage int on a greater level. But yeah, the low mana pools is probably that, you know, that is probably why people are complaining about Shadow Knight, is because they aren't gearing enough ints potentially, or maybe the itemization doesn't facilitate them gearing enough int in addition to their primary stats that they also want. So I have to think about that one. Is there anything you could say about the Deep, or is that one of those secretive classified things? I'm super excited for that to come out whenever it drops. Anything would be a treat. Well, the first module is called Descent into the Deep. It'll include multiple zones. I don't know, have we disclosed what the zone names are? So there's Aelvarith, which is the Deep Elf City. There is Caves of Irem, which is what the new name for Deep Dunes. I think we've talked about what is it called under the city again? Underdocks? Yes, the Underdocks. That's 3. We talked about Rothold. And Rothold exists in Fields of the Lost, so that's 5. Great Cavern Sea, 6. I think that's it. I could be wrong, but I think that might be the module. What about mana pots? Simple fix? Oh yeah, we could probably do like, mana pots. Yeah, that could be an interesting. So the thing with mana pots is you'd really have to nail the amount of mana given, and it'd probably have to be like percentage based or something, because like I could see that being really overpowered, like on a low level character. If you know, you would, yeah. You'd have to be really careful with that because of how the game is built and balanced. Set leveled required levels for use. Yeah. Put a CD on them. Yeah, absolutely. The CD would have to be one of the main things that you look at as well. It's like, for what it's worth, mana pots aren't a great idea for this kind of game unless you want to change a lot of stuff. Yeah, maybe. I mean, unless they come in the game in a form that is like absolutely balanced, right? Which I think is achievable, but then maybe they just don't feel that good because they're so like weak or whatever. But maybe there is a happy balance for them. Becomes a required consumable at that point. Yeah, that is another nice thing about. Hey, new donation from Asteranian. Thank you so much, Asteranian, for the support on Ko-fi. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Glad you're enjoying the game. And yeah, man, thank you so much for the generosity as always. But yeah, one of the nice things I kind of about that classic era of EverQuest is like, yeah, there were some things, some consumables, but they're kind of like, they weren't really super relevant to like the group and raid game as much. Like, obviously, you have like screen, like, so let me. Not necessarily true, right? When you gear up on like P99 in like a really sweaty raid guild, you have all these consumables, all these clickies, all these different things. But in terms of what it does for the power of your character, it's not that crazy. Obviously, the wart potions are broken on P99. I am a wart potion enjoyer, addict. I have reduced the coffers of my guild to nothingness with the amount of wart potions I've used on P99. That being said, you don't have like damage flasks, you don't have like damage elixirs, battle elixir, you don't have like massive amounts of like mana and health potions and armor potions and all this crazy stuff, right? Like the clickies and utility stuff in EQ consumables were very utility driven, and so it didn't feel like terrible if you didn't use consumables, right? And a lot of what WoW became is like, oh man, I gotta log, like, but even before dailies, you had to log in, you had to be like, I gotta gather, or I gotta like, to play the game the way I want to play, I need to gather, I need to do all this, like, gold farming and prep, and, like, I think on Classic WoW, some people are having kind of fatigue from this, like, oh, I need all this crap, and then, like, people just buy gold then, or they just can't really play as serious as they want to, right? If you have to constantly have your character prepared all the time and buy consumables week after week, like, it gets to be a little much. There's a little bit of fatigue there. So I definitely get the concern, and it is something that I think we'll continue to monitor and like think about when we're making decisions with consumables. Up until recently, we had a consumable in the game that was a 25% damage reduction, and it was spammable. That got a cooldown timer. That was never meant to go in the game as it was. And that has been corrected now. So we can put cooldown timers on items, consumables, stuff like that. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure due to those consumables and high level buffs and really good twink gear, people were actually able, a duo was able to take down Bone Construct. Which is definitely, I mean, I respect it, but god damn. those potions were not meant to go in as is, and hell, maybe we gotta look at a couple things, right? But the issue is major power increase buffs / consumable buffs make massive difference in clear time / chance on things, so basically they become required. Yeah, and I think some light requirements would be nice, but like hard requirements that take like excessive farming, unless your guild is like providing them or something, then it is really annoying. But maybe it's just a WoW thing, because WoW, maybe I get some flack for this, but I feel like your average player in WoW is a lot more selfish than your average, or not just your average player, but your average guild in WoW. Because there's so many guilds. Anyone can do a raid. You've got instancing. Anyone can do the content. So your average, like, kind of like random WoW guild and WoW players are just a lot more selfish. And they're expecting you to farm your own mats and farm your own consumables. Whereas like really well-established guilds that have like really good like pipeline of like making money and stuff, especially like the guilds on P99, they're recharging your shit for free, or on WoW they're giving you consumables, they're giving you mats. So I think maybe in this type of game, and you know, the opportunity for guilds to be able to provide this for their members could be a nice thing. I don't know. WoW changed the community culture of online gaming. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it's WoW, but it's also the mechanics of WoW, right? Nick, I keep falling asleep, but it was worth it. Thanks again, and catch you next time. Yeah, for sure, it's DC. Have a good night, and congratulations once again. Oh, sleep well. But yeah, no, it is the symptom of the mechanics of WoW. Any old person can just start a guild and then do the content, right? EverQuest and like other open world games, Monsters and Memories, anything that has like limited resources in the open world, then there's gonna be, the guilds need to be attractive to join, right? Like, if there's two guilds and one is gonna charge me 1,000 platinum per month to pay for consumables, and then one of them is gonna charge me nothing for consumables, well then I'm gonna probably go to the one that isn't charging me. Unless that other guild that's charging me the 1,000 has more to offer. Like, hey, we're the exclusive Sleeper's Tomb guild, right? Like, okay, then that changes things a little bit. But I don't know, man. Like, mechanically, just anyone being able to do anything means that there's just gonna be like kind of worse community inherently. Why it's rude to suck at Warcraft. Yeah, that is a very, very relevant thing. And it sucks because I don't subscribe to that mentality. I'm the opposite. I don't want to be the guy that sucks at Warcraft. So even just, and I'm very confident in my gaming abilities. I feel like I'm a pretty good gamer, right? But even then, I still get intimidated of wanting to play with certain people that I feel are either on the same level as me, or let's just say they're better than me, at least slightly, if not a lot better than me. And then I get self-conscious about wanting to play with those people, even if I have the opportunity to do so, because I don't want to be the butt of the joke. I don't want to like be the asshole who sucks or wipes the raid. Like, so even me as like somebody who's confident in their abilities somewhat, right, or good somewhat, I still kind of get kind of paranoid about that stuff. So yeah, it is a huge problem with like performance-based MMOs. Guilds are basically an evolutionary organism where there is competition for resources. P99 shows this better than anywhere. Yeah. Will we ever see player-crafted shields added to the game? Yes. Yes, you will. I think we can add those via both blacksmithing and potentially, I guess, woodworking? Fletching? I don't know. I don't want to suck, but I also don't want to be a rude gatekeeper. Yeah. Basically, long story short, is somebody give me an urn on P99 and somebody give me Thunder Fury on Classic Anniversary, and then we'll call it a day. You could be my friend and family. No, I'm kidding. But seriously. I'm sure this question has been asked a million times, but will we be celebrating stuff like Christmas and Halloween in-game with silly events and items, etc.? We're being careful with that one, right? Because there has been some discussion on the team of like, hey, if we do holidays, let's not make them like mirror of the like in-world ones, right? Let's like make them our own at least, or just make them completely unique to the world. But, yeah, you know, we don't really have any concrete plans, so maybe something pops up. I'm not 100% sure. It's not RMT if it's pixels in another game. That's right. That is right. That's true. Will there be GM events? Like they had GMs run Mistmore back in the day? Yeah, we definitely plan on doing GM events. And there will be like in-game events too, like triggered events, scripted events, and whatnot, right? There already is some of those, but there will be more as well. But yeah, GM events for sure. And the purpose of the GM events, I mean, obviously you can have fun ones, you can have sporadic ones. But I would really like for the GM events to tell some kind of story. And kind of push forward the lore of the world. Because a lot of my fond memories as a young lad playing EverQuest, the earthquakes. That's right, the earthquakes. A lot of my fond experiences. Burleaf, thank you for the prime. Welcome in, man. Appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, a lot of my fun as a young lad playing EverQuest was like, hey, what's gonna happen next with like the GM events? Like Furiona Vi, whatever, showing up at Felwith and being like, oh yeah, I don't know. Some shit went down. Lannies, Inaruk, bad people, I don't know. That was cool. Like, it was cool to see that, like, oh, because wasn't the lore of Kunark, like, Furiona Vi got, like, held captive by some Ixar or something? It's like the whole Ixar box art, right? And then I guess she gets freed, and then she, like, makes her grand return to Felwith to, like, you gotta tell the king and queen about so, I don't know. But I think having, like, and then you have the Corona Plagues, right? The Corona Plagues event. Like, that stuff is really, really cool to me, because you can just change an entire zone and be like, and temporarily, right? Like, maybe you don't want to change it permanently, but you could change the stuff permanently too. But I do really like pushing the story, making the world feel more dynamic, all these things, right? And we're working on the tools and kind of tech that we need to do to achieve this in a number of different ways. I have a suggestion for you, Nick. Check out Where Winds Meet in their jail system. I'll check it out. Speaking of unique holidays, I don't know how familiar you are with Guild Wars, but when they did their first Halloween event, they had a bunch of issues because Simon Says isn't a game played in Europe, so people were struggling with Mad King Says. Yeah. That's funny. Luckily, our audience is mostly American, so... Well, I don't know now, after Kongin's coming in. Maybe not, but... No, I'm kidding. I'm sure we're still mostly American. But yeah. Oh, also, a little bit of news on the Europe server. No concrete news on it, but I did propose to the team, and when I say team, I mean Sean and Ollie, that potentially one of the servers is a European server. However, if this server needs to merge, it would likely merge into a US East server, but even then, I don't know, it might depend. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. So there is the potential of maybe being a Europe server. And I'm also hoping that we'll consider the West server as well. Because it's sounding like we may want to go with a little bit lower pop servers and then eventually merge them together. And then for 1.0 launch, the server pops are just bigger in general. But like, you know, you've played on Rel and Krivia, right? When they're like populated with like 5, 6, 7, 800 people, right? 1,000 people even. Like, it does feel a little bit cramped with the amount of content available. So it may be a thing where we do have smaller server sizes, but there is a predetermined server cluster, and all the names are shared, all the guilds are shared. Housing, that's a more tricky thing to answer. But a US East cluster, maybe it contains 2 East servers and a Europe server. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean. You get what I'm going for, right? And then maybe one of the other servers is like US East, US East, US West, or something. What is your words per minute? When you type, my hands cramp a little. I've been like 130 words per minute since like the first grade, second grade, or somewhere around that time frame. One thing you have to overcome with advertising is the art. You're gonna need more ads with fully geared tunes to show off. Yeah, maybe. It definitely could help, but we're a very non-marketing focused team. So we just do what we can. I mean, if people look at the updates, there's a lot of good stuff in there. You do see a lot of fully geared tunes if you read the updates. So word of mouth, content creators, like I think we might be covered there, but you know, there's always more that we can do. But again, we're very focused on making a game as opposed to marketing a game. That being said, I'm sitting here at 3:15 in the goddamn morning talking about it on stream, so maybe we are more into marketing than I thought. Maybe I'm just into streaming, I don't know. I'm definitely into coffee. My words per minute for yapping tonight has been higher on average. Just offering what I hear from others. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It makes sense. But hey, maybe it is starting to get a little late. I don't know. I'm kind of vibing. This game has a good grassroots movement that is working in its favor. If you're marketing a game, you're creating expectations. M&M feels more like a game the devs want to play rather than a market decision. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of companies and teams and games and projects and stuff get hamstrung by a lot of that stuff, right? Like, guys, we need a marketing budget. Oh, shit. The marketing budget is more than the entire game itself. Whoops. You know, like, or like, I don't know, just a lot of distractions and a lot of things that are like, you need to do X, Y, and Z. And a lot of the stuff that we have been doing is like avoiding X, Y, and Z. And, so, I don't know. It's a better question for Sean, aka a loving robot, because it's, you know, he's much more experienced than I. Give me my key and go to bed, Nick. Okay, I think we could do one more giveaway. Let's rock one more giveaway. Rock one more key. That's awesome to hear, Villazy. Oh, I'm not too worried about it, but, you know, you never know what could happen. Sean is a great guy. And Sean is a lot of the genius behind the whole project. So obviously has had a tremendous influence on the design. But I would say his real legacy of the project, in my mind, is the kind of business plan, the kind of things that we're gonna do, things that we're not gonna do. Like his knowledge and experience with the industry, he's been able to see so many of the missteps over the years. And he also knows how success works, right? And how to not fail. So a lot of the things that we have gone towards and a lot of the things that we have avoided has been largely in part to Sean's kind of genius, I would say, on that kind of stuff. So there's no Monsters and Memories without Sean. And the way, you know, the decision, a lot of the kind of core decisions, from kind of a business and team and project perspective have been Sean all the way. So, Sean also is, you know, one of the people who has empowered me on this project to do as much as I am able to do, and you know, be one of the, you know, founders and owners and everything. Yeah, it's a huge testament to him. It's a huge shout out to him and Ollie for having that trust in me. And yeah, they've been fantastic, and working with them as part of the leadership team has been fantastic as well. So yeah, can't say enough good things about those guys, and just how brilliant and bright and smart that they are, and how dedicated they are to this project and game and community and team. So is there anything in game that you're particularly proud of? I mean, there's so much, really. Like, just this. Like, this is one of the greatest things to me. You know what else is kind of cool? Let me show you. So you're in Night Harbor there, you're seeing that. Then you pop over to another zone. And you're seeing this. You're walking out of the giant city. Somebody easily, like 15 minutes, like 20 minutes of running, is seeing the same goddamn building as you are. How cool is that? You're coming out of this sick looking giant city with these sick new trim sheets. And look at that. Look at this guy. Oh, yeah. This got retextured recently. It's looking really... Yeah. This is sick. But you're popping out of here. You're seeing this. So I definitely love the sightlines, the draw distance, the natural, like... being able to, like... use the terrain and use landmarks to guide you throughout the world, and just how cozy the game feels. I would say one of the major things from the get-go was, like, this game has to feel extremely immersive. atmospheric is the word. So like dark nights, beautiful weather effects, beautiful skybox, beautiful celestial objects, you know, the sun, the moon, the lighting. But then we marry that together with like old school graphics and like stylized, you know, characters. And dude, glowing eyes is one of the things I'm proud of. Like, I think like over 50% of our models support glowing eyes. Like, there is something about seeing like a bunch of scarab red eyes at nighttime. Right now it's a little bit bright, obviously, because we're all gamma fixated these days, but look at those eyes. You can see them. You can't see shit, but you can see those eyes. Oh, and we're actually in a very dark area because of this citadel. But look, you see those eyes. So stuff like that feels good, obviously. I think I'm gonna rock 75 gamma. I'm very proud about the weather system as well. The whole like, well, the sounds obviously. My request was that, and it wasn't really like, hey, you guys better do this. Like, my ask. Did you see that? You saw the flash and you heard the thunder simultaneously, right? So one of my things with the rain was like, we need the thunder to sync up with the lightning. And we just need really cozy, immersive weather effects. Now, I think we need to work on the rain effect a little bit, because it doesn't really convey very well, especially in this lighting and darkness. But when we get that kind of fixed up, it's going to be really nice. And then, yeah, yeah, I love the lightning and the thunder, man. It's so good. So good. Made a PvP server when? We'll talk about it, see if it's something we're gonna do. So if it rains so often here, why is it still a desert? It's a magic desert. A magic desert. It's magical in nature. I love that mobs are fighting each other. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing I really like is the campfires. The campfire system is really cool. It's very cozy. You gain effects from it. The status effects that are clearly kind of Valheim inspired. I really love that. What else? Just that the gameplay feels solid. Like, it's fun to play. It feels classic, old school. You know, it's not far off the mark there. We're still iterating on balance. We're still working on balance, design, abilities, classes, you name it, right? But from almost day one, it felt like it's gonna feel. Are you gonna be adding more instruments into the game? Yeah, so bards will have an array of instruments that they can use. I enjoyed the environment of the Wood Elf town with all the glowy orbs around. Yeah, Wood Elf City is very cozy. Highly recommend people creating a character there and trying it out. It's gotten a lot more advanced since the early days of it. But here, I'm just hanging out with my orc friends. Playing a melee class, this test felt great. That's good to hear, Viper. Will regular people be able to use instruments to play as a band at a campfire? We don't have any concrete plans for that, but it is something that we may explore as we get more time to work on other stuff. Hey, Bless Gaming, have a good night. We'll see you soon, and thanks for stopping by and hanging out in chat, asking questions. Have a good one, bud. Love that you can set up an actual camp when getting that XP. Yeah, and it gives you more XP. And not only will you be able to use the campfire for the rested, but you can also go to your house. You could go to an inn. Like, one thing that I think is really cool is, like, EverQuest had an inn, and it was like, oh, there's, like, room keys and stuff. They're, like, trying to tap into MUDs, but then it just never kind of materialized, right? And then that part of MUDs was kind of forgotten in MMOs. I guess until WoW. WoW kind of did something with inns, right? Taverns. But, like, being able to rent your own room that you can call your own and just, like, your own private space and, like, and then be able to get that rested experience, like, that's going to be cool. Housing, same thing. Potentially joining up with, like, guilds, like NPC guilds, like your class guild and your trade skill guilds. Like, that, to me, feels like some Elder Scrolls vibes. Speaking of Elder Scrolls vibes, mini dungeons are completely inspired by Elder Scrolls games. So the concept of the mini dungeon. I don't know how many of you guys have played, like, Rain Cellar yet. Potentially Infested Crypt. Well, Infested Crypt is a little bit bugged at the moment. But even, like, I guess Ancient Crypt kind of counts, or Grimtide, like, these mini dungeons. I think it's a really fun concept, because it's, like, it's a smaller version of a dungeon that's, like, feeling more cozy. Performance is nice in there because it's not really a big zone or anything. And yeah, just cozy places in the world, little pockets. I think that feels good. So that's Elder Scrolls influence. So yeah, that's a lot of the stuff that I've kind of been proud of, excited for. And then yeah, just I think the most thing I'm proud, excited for is that hey, Flourishing. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gift subs, man. Appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're enjoying the stream, buddy. Good to see you in here. And yeah, thanks for your generosity. But yeah, I guess I think the most important, or the most thing that I'm proud of with the project is that just maintaining a certain level of integrity with the community, right? We're open with the community. We don't take your money before the game's ready. We don't, you know, like, just, I would feel bad if we were like, hey, can you guys give us maybe a couple $100, few hundred, $500, $1,000, and then we make the game and see if we can actually make it. I'd feel bad taking people's money before we know that we can do what we set out to do, right? So that's why we're not taking any of your money until the game comes out, at least into early access here. So, yeah, it just feels right, feels good, and I hope that more projects, teams, games, companies, etc. Follow suit, because I feel like it really is the right way to do things, and I think the benefits are actually, if you're really truly setting out to create a game and finish a game, I think that is a really cool way to approach things, and there are benefits to it. That being said, I think it's fine to get investment, it's fine to get publishing, it's fine to do crowdfunding, but just be aware that, know that you have the capability of doing the things and have a solid plan before you're taking other people's money. I think it's just important. So. Was Kickstarter never an option? Pretty much, yeah, it was never an option. We never had any plans for crowdfunding ever. Like, I think we decided this probably in the first weeks of the project. is Hidden Grotto, a second dungeon for Shallow Shoals. So that zone is disabled at the moment. What it will be is kind of a secret. I don't even know if we know what it will be. I think there's some ideas for it, but we'll have to see. And I believe it may be enabled by early access launch, but I have to double check on that. The business model does really show you care more about how well you will be received and getting the buy-in of your audience. Yeah, because especially early on, we were like, I mean, you guys know what the game looked like, right? Like, who's gonna crowdfund a game that has literal capsule men, right? You know, maybe some real ones out there, but that's not why we did it, right? But you know what it is. Kickstarter is the first sign of project problems. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that because I feel like there are some legitimate projects and games that have appeared on Kickstarter, and their model has been the right way of going about things on Kickstarter, right? And there's been some absolutely banger games and companies and projects that started off small, and then they got some publisher funding, and then they released a banger game. Look at Expedition 33. Expedition 33 is considered indie. They did get funded for like somewhere around 10 million, right? But their humble beginnings are really admirable, and kind of, I don't want to like draw like parallels or comparisons, because what they have created is in my mind, a generational game. I really respect what they have done, but their humble beginnings, and then finding the right publisher for them, getting that funding, and then just creating a banger game for a fraction of what some of these double and AAA companies are asking for funding, and also exponentially higher quality than a lot of these games as well, is just amazing. So I don't want to say that it's a bad thing to take money. I just think for the situation that we're in, it made sense for us. I'm just jealous I haven't made $1 billion not releasing a Star Citizen game. Yeah, aren't we all? Guys, it's time to start selling the spaceships. That's it. Sorry, guys. No, I'm kidding. I respect that, Harkstead. And I hope that his project does well. That's all I'll say. Yeah, I mean, they got a game somewhat, right? What they have is cool, but I mean, the progress with the $1 billion in funding, I'm sure, is really off-putting to a lot of people, right? But man, I really have high hopes. Like, I'm gonna give their single-player game a shot, for sure. What's it called? I can't remember what it's even called. Squadron 42, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a try, and then if the multiplayer game gets to a state where it's something that I will enjoy, then I will enjoy it. You know what I mean? I'm not invested in. Well, I shouldn't call it invested. I have not donated to Star Citizen or anything, so I'm not in it for any cash. If you have opted in, so go to this, sign in and opt in, and it'll tell you if you're opted in or not. Malik, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome in. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I play Star Citizen with a group of friends, about 300 strong. Yeah, I'm a sucker. Respect for, well, I won't say that you are a sucker, but respect for taking it in stride if you think you are and other people think you are. But no, I have heard of like some large gaming organizations like clans, guilds, or whatever playing Star Citizen and having a good time with it. So, I mean, more power to them if they're having fun with it. I'm a big believer in just doing what you want to do. Like, play what you want to play, do what you want to do, you know, within reason, right? Like, take care of yourself, take care of the people that depend on you or care about you, and make sure you take care of yourself for the same reasons. But if you have fun with Star Citizen, why not? All right, let's run some keys. Let's run some keys. Let's run some keys, and then we'll get close to calling it. I'm having fun though, man. I really love streaming and talking to you guys so much. Like, I seriously, I want to, like, then Nick sleeps? No. That's not happening anytime soon, I'll tell you that much. But, this feels like a Discord chat with friends. Dude, that is exactly what I would hope it would feel like. Because, really, I'm just a gamer looking to shoot the shit with other gamers. That's what it comes down to. Like, yeah, we're making this game, I'm making this game. But it'd be fun to, like, it'd be fun to talk about some more, like, I mean, I love talking about M&M stuff. I love working on this game. I love talking about this game. I love talking with you guys about this game. I love informing you guys about this game. But I also do love streaming and talking about random gaming-related topics. So, if you're into it, throw me a follow. Maybe we do some more of this, like chit-chat from time to time, and we'll throw it up on the YouTube on my personal stuff, and then I don't know, maybe it's a thing. TBH Nick, I legit tell people EQ was a game for gamers, made by gamers, and that's why it was like it was. Yeah, it very much was. Now, I don't know if you're a WoW fan or not, but I think even the early WoW days, that's what it was as well, right? And yeah, maybe they moved into kind of more of a business decision kind of philosophy early on, but still, overall, that game too was about passionate people making an awesome game that they want to play, right? Early WoW was great, even BC was good. Dude, man, I really want to play TBC. Why does TBC always have to come out at the worst time in my life? I swear. TBC always drops when at bad times in my life. Like, even OG TBC, I felt like, dropped at a kind of bad time. I was like a junior, like senior high school when TBC dropped, so that was rough. I did end up becoming really hardcore at the end of TBC and playing in a like really high-end guild and all that good stuff. But the first like 80%, 90% of TBC, I did not play. Oh, I played on a casual basis for sure, but I didn't play it how I wanted to play it. And then, let's see, when did TBC Classic drop the first time? That was June 2021. So we're, let's see, it's like the beginning of M&M development, essentially. Also, Yeah. Oh, this is also 2 months before I got married. So yeah. First year of M&M development, plus I was getting married. Now, this time, it's... Well, now it's a little bit later. But it was going to be really close to early access. Now it's just... It's still so close to early access that it's like, I'm not really going to have that much time. Maybe I buy one of those $80 boosts. I don't know if I could do that myself. I do have a character on Anniversary that's like level 50. I've got a Orc Warrior, but I kind of don't want to be a Orc Warrior for QVC. You built your own Burning Crusade instead? Yeah, that's fair. Do it and join Kungan? Yeah, I might have to. I might have to join the dad raid. I don't know if I could keep up with everybody else. Do some dad raid action. I was a pretty mean paladin back in the day. You're gonna need some Blood Elf paladins to enlist in the cause. Not too many though. Not too many though. It's a shaman expansion. I played Holy and Prot, depending on fight. So, a lot of Holy, but definitely some Prot in there. Did I play SOD at all? Yeah, I did. I played the hell out of the first phase. I think I bissed a human warrior out in the first phase. So I had the blue one-handers from Black Fathom's raid. I had the epic, what was it, a sword? Was it the sword or axe? I think it was a sword. I had a pretty bissed out level 25 bracket SOD warrior, but then I didn't continue on after that, unfortunately. All my friends and guild quit. So then I quit. Make a guild called Monsters and Memories for some free advertising. I'll leave that to you guys. Where it feels appropriate, of course. Don't do it if it doesn't feel appropriate. I just need the OG MMO experience. I blame Nick. Hey, I'm trying my best here. We're working on it. Okay, I've been talking for so long. I'm gonna do the giveaway now. I noticed you made Oath of Protection into bot, basically. Yeah. Something like that. Safety first, please. Safety first, please. And we'll run it for you late giveaway people. One key for each sentence you say. Everybody that has ever heard of the game would already be in if that was the case. Get your giveaways in. So safety first, please. It's gonna be the first winner out of this batch. We got Sean Heidi getting into the mix. I like it. I like it. All right, guys. I'm gonna hit winner again. Get ready. Your giveaway's in. If I get a key, my wife will divorce me. Oh, we might have to We might have to restrict you from winning a key then. The giveaways do not reset after each one. Sometimes I do reset them out of necessity. Sometimes it like breaks, but sometimes I like to keep people on their toes too. You know, keep the viewer retention up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? All right, let us hit another winner. No, you won't leave if you do exclamation point giveaway. I don't punish for that. Though there is an option to punish people who spam. Nimmy Elf. Nimmy Elf. Nimmy. Nimmy Elf. Congrats. And we'll fire one more off. Why not? No numbers here. No numbers here. Congrats. Hey, Wookie Nookie, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Glad you're enjoying the stream. And congrats to Safety First Please, Nimmy Elf, and No Numbers Here. Whisper me for your M&M account, email, and Discord. Cool. Congrats, everybody. And let's see. Let's see what's going on the Twitch world. Who is online? Wados is online. Well, how about it? How about it? Quados is one of my favorite streamers to watch these days. He is a big Monsters and Memories fan, but he's been playing some old school RuneScape, which I think is another old school MMO that there are some parallels for sure. I think we're gonna give Quados a key. Quados has a key. He's good. He just can't stream it, so he can never play, basically, except for the playtest. But hey, yeah, guys, it was a blast. I had a real fun time with this one, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the playtest. Thank you so much for all the support, both for myself and for the game. If you haven't followed the stream, please hit the follow button. You can also follow me on Twitter /X, whatever you want to call it. Nick Hotz on there as well. I'm going to try to post when I go live on there. And yeah, subscribe to Monsters and Memories on YouTube. Do all the cool things. Opt into beta. But yeah, we'll see you real soon. And thanks again. And let's go raid Quatos. Bye, everybody.